Alright, good afternoon. How's it going? Happy Saturday. The power is back. We got that going for us, which is nice. It was back a couple days ago too, but then I got procrastinating. Took a while. I took a nap and that was the end of the day. Whoops. And then, yeah, I'm feeling a little bit sick though. I have a bit of a cold that I picked up after getting back from Florida, apparently. So, we were about to solve circuits. I was all ready, mentally, to do math. Now I don't feel ready at all. I mean, I did try to fix what was lost when I lost the save file, but I mean, this is all I had done so far, was like, just this one. So I've done that one. Check. It's done. Interesting, it removes the... removes the color when you check mark it. Also, I just noticed that when you hover over stuff, it shows where they have shared lines. That's useful. Very useful feature. I don't know. I'm struggling with the concept of hybrid lines. When I see how few items per, like, second, or, you know, per minute, or however you want to consider it, it makes me want to do hybrid lines. Like a line of tin plate with glass, tin and glass together. You know, and then like a fuel line with pure coke, because 60, 30, 30, right? Like, you could do it. But I don't like it. I like it, but I don't like it. Oh no, yeah, we weren't out without power for too long. It turns out it's actually kind of funny. No, fortunately, no one was injured. No one, you know, crashed into an electric pole or something. Turns out they just turned off the power because Grandma forgot to pay the electric bill, or did forget, but like she mailed it in and they hadn't received it, so they just shut the power off, which was funny actually. I was like mid nap and I heard a voice downstairs. I was like, "Oh, TV must be on." Nope, she's on the phone with the electric company, like explaining, and then they're like, "Okay, we'll turn it back on." Cool. It seems like short-term thinking. Which part? The hybrid lanes, or... Oh, true. We don't have splitters. Yeah. True. In order to make a hybrid line, like, at full throughput, you need, what, 10 mechanical inserters? 10 mechanical inserters can move about 7.5 items a second, which is half the throughput of a yellow belt. But yeah, that is pain in the ass. Probably better to just do that. Well, the game's up and running. If anyone would like to connect, happy Saturday. We'll be playing for at least 4 hours or so today, unless power turns off. My main goal, I just want to get simple circuit boards online. That's it. Nothing else happens, I'm happy. But I want to finish this first preliminary build. So if I remember correctly, so far what I had done is I'm pocket crafting 4 electronics factories, enough to get at least the first one built for each of these 4. Bum, bum, bum. Ceramic and tin. I don't want to have hybrid lines, but I am tempted to, like, do this. I did this, and then move these up. How do you clear belts when you aren't here? You can't press F to like pick stuff up. Do you just have to use a an infinity chest? Probably. So like it, you know, I usually like having all the inputs together, but if I did do it this way, then this belt of stuff, if I'm doing this next build, which also requires 3 electronics factories, which just to double check I'm doing the right one, could just be like slightly offset. These are making ceramic capacitors, yes. And then there's only one more set that's going to end up needing tin plate as well. I guess that's where this idea kind of breaks, though. Just want to like loop it back or something. I think the intent should just be to get some circuits being made and not worry about trying to make it like the most pretty or like the most square. You know, like who cares really? It needs to make them. Everything is bootstrap, right? Use that approach. In your playthrough, you plop machines next to or even inside the bus to just grab stuff directly so the surplus could continue to flow along. Yeah, because not having splitters is a pain in the ass, right? Like, because you don't really want to have to split off the bus at all. Because you don't have splitters. Surely splitters come not too far past circuits, right? I mean, if this were a bus of stuff going vertically, for example, I don't really see a reason why we couldn't just do this and just loop it back and then return to where the bus would be. Since we can't make splitters, just like, you know, go that way, do a loop, feed the machines that need it, and then come right back to where it would be in the bus. It's kind of the same as doing a splitter. And then when you do get splitters, then you could just replace it, put a splitter there. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, actually. We do already have access to them, are you sure? I must have missed the tech unlock. We actually do. Oh yeah, they take the thing I'm trying to make, the civil circuit board. Okay. Well, all the more reason to automate them. Bronze? Do we need bronze as well? What? Bum bum. If you call them and tell them that you are going to pay, they're now allowed to turn your power off. Some guy abused that for years. Yeah, there's probably, especially in like Michigan where there's cold weather and stuff. I could imagine them being held liable for, you know, taking people's power away in the middle of the cold or something. I really don't like how small parts look. That looks so much like a contaminated belt to me. It also makes it seem like every machine that uses small parts is getting a completely random distribution of items. Like, this one will require 3 small little circles. This one will require 4 little, you know, tongs or something. Like, it's just making them at random. It looks weird. I think that it looks too wide. It does look like, yeah, it also kind of looks like some of the items are falling off. Well, I think that's kind of what you would expect when you've got a non-homogenized sprite. It's not gonna... Yeah, they like that gear thing there. Look how huge that one is compared to the others. It's clearly too big. There should be 8 items per belt segment. Like if you look very closely, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 logs. 1, 2, 3, 4 bricks. That's the total number of items that can be in any single tile, right? And like that goldish sprocket thing is way too big. That one's way too big. Even that chain thing is like going down into the bottom half of the belt there. And what are these, like syringes or something? Is it a penis pump? What the what are we looking at here? A fuse, okay, my bad, I'm sorry. I watched Van Wilder not too long ago, so... My bad. Alright, well, I'm procrastinating. I need to just get back in here and keep on building stuff. Okay, so ceramics. Alright, so ceramics are used in how many? Just 2 machines. Air core inductors. And the one that I'm doing right now. Where I can, I'll try to make the overlap make sense, but, whatever. This doesn't need to be here if it's connecting there, but there's going to be another set of machines. Whoa. Oh, that's this. Okay. Click the wrong button. Got it. Bum, bum, bum. Welcome. I cannot quite see your name because I'm in the special place. And this is too big. Galio. Leo. Welcome. Happy Saturday. First helper. First worker. I'm not going to call you a red shirt because biters are not neighbors. Don't seem lined up to me, but I guess they are. Alright, this one's making Air core inductors is what it's supposed to be. Red shirts exist because of trains. Make ceramics on the spot, it's easier. Okay. I've not yet made a ceramics, so... Coke and 10 clay. That requires a huge amount of clay. And I've got a ratio that's gonna need 3 machines, so I can't really, like, visually place it easily in my head. It does beg an interesting question, though. It's like, why is it that certain items make sense to make on the spot while others don't? It feels to me like it should be a binary black and white, like, always one way or always the other. So, like, if you take that logic to that point, then why is it that we, in Vanilla Factorio, don't generally smelt steel on the spot as needed? You know, like, why not smelt all iron, all copper on the spot? Why do we have smelting arrays? Why do we have smelting columns? You know? So... I kind of still lean toward just... making ceramics where they're made. I know they're not used for very many different components here, but... Alright, so you just want your ceramics. And we will provide them. That gets you both things you need, and then the ceramic capacitors are going to just go onto a belt. We know that the throughput at this build size is going to be very, very low, so it's not a big deal. They can just go on a half side, I don't care. This guy's got his ceramic and needs copper cable. There's one more machine later on that's going to need this. That's going to be this one down there, so this will probably end up going under and looping back. But this one's done. So that leaves the air core inductors, which just need copper cable. Copper cable is 3 items per second per machine. And right now I'm using this to show item rates per second per machine, which is useful for counting inserter requirement. So if it says 3 here, that means I need 4 inserters per machine, just injecting copper cabling. If I click here... No, I need to go back into the full main view. And then we'll say... this row, if I click here, we can open a subfloor for this. Ceramics can just be on the belt, but then this will make in the burner assembly machine. Which means, yes, it will need fuel. Did I just get confused? Why do I have three machines? I don't actually need 3 here, do I? I just need 1. I just assumed I needed 3 again. I think. Right. This one needs to go up to 3. This one didn't need to be 3. And then this one, this is kind of confusing how it shows a burner miner or a burner assembler when what it actually means with the subfloors, that it's going to be this and this. But, yeah, so this one was going to be 1. So, don't need this, don't need this. Don't need this. Means we should be able to just do single burner. How do I get the thing again? Let's open this up for going to burn. Huh, that's awkward. It needs 4 inserters to move the copper cable fast enough. But it's made in a machine that's only got 3 edges. I guess you'll have, I mean, if I really wanted to do it, I have to do something like 1, 2, 3, and then do this and this, and then this got 2 for the input of copper. I think that would work. You think it's an interesting choice to make? It's like bussing gears in vanilla? Well, I think bussing gears makes sense. I don't really particularly love having to make gears locally for most builds. Generally, the logic I go with is just very straightforward. If doing it locally would increase throughput requirements... Sorry, let me say it the other way. If making it in a dedicated area would increase potential throughput of effective items per second. Like, if you're going to compress 2 iron plate down into 1 gear, and then you had 4 belts of iron plate, 4 belts of iron plate can be compressed essentially down into 2 belts of gears. 2 belts of gears is equivalent to 4 belts of iron plate. So would you rather have to bus 4, 8, 12, 16 yellow belt or 16 belt of iron plate just so that further down the bus there's enough actual iron plate that you could make gears still? Or would it make more sense to only have 4 belts of iron plate and 2 belts of gears? 6 belts is fewer than 12 belts, right? Or 16 or whatever. Nothing really needs gears. I think you'd be surprised how many things need gears. Even with this mod thing, while it's harder to display, basically assembly machines, like there's so many things. There's no way. No, gears are used in all kinds of crap in vanilla Factorial. But in this mod, I can't show that because it's only used to make small parts. True, not for science, yeah. I mean, you do use some for science, for red science specs, but, bum ba bum. Alright, so ultimately we're making exactly 0.75 items a second, which is essentially capable of being done by one mechanical inserter, so that seems fine. Alright, so that can be done, go up a level. Three different sub-levels of this is going to need copper. Graphite. For fuck's sake. What have I done that's broken this? Why are these not making any more? The server's just holding the wrong things. It's fun to have to do this with no splitters. Fun is a interesting choice of words. I'm feeling very stressed right now. I just want to bootstrap it, you know? I just want to skip this and get it making enough that I can make stuff with splitters. It is definitely like a phase of the base game that you don't generally get to spend a lot of time doing. Right? Like you don't usually spend any major amount of time in the burner phase and like pre-splitter phase. You get that stuff really, really early on. And I think there's a good reason for that. Like, Woo, for the most part, they knew that most people aren't going to find it that fun being stuck in that phase. That's why you get splitters and undergrounds and everything so fast. But you don't have to play this mod. You don't have to make it harder. That's like why modding is so great for this game. Like, the people who do want to make it harder can, and if you don't, then don't. You can barely see those things, man. They blend in super well. You'd say even Bob's Angels felt easier? I think so. Same, I agree. So far, it's an interesting choice. This mod gives you undergrounds quite early. There are a lot of iron, but they can also go like double the distance of normal undergrounds. I think they can go a full 8 tiles. So normal distance is 1, 2, 3, 4, so to here. And in this mod, they can go to here, which is an extra 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they can go 8 underground. So they can go really far underground, double the normal distance, but you don't get any splitters. Normally you get splitters and undergrounds at the exact same time. You know? Yeah, just like real quick, if we're talking back out like to the gears discussion, like for me, I would much rather do like pretend we're playing vanilla. I would much rather do something like this where it goes vertical, and then I would do a branch off the bus of the iron. If I could put a splitter right here, I would, and then have it go on both sides of gears, and then have the gears do this. And then they just feed back down, and then they join the bus below the iron. If you need more gears, this can go up. This is expandable. And you can math out how tall it can be based on your current belt speed and whatever. And I think that if you're the type of person who just makes most stuff locally, like let's say you make gear machines in front of your belt assembly machines, or your underground belts, or your splitters, or your red belt, or your, you know, that whole, people like to make that one build that looks kind of like this. You guys know what I'm talking about? There's this build where it's yellow belt, red belt, blue belt, and then these are all gears, and then they like to like loop the gears around and stuff. That's fine all, but like, you end up with a lot of machines that when they're not working, when there's no need for the gears, they just sit and they do nothing. To me, that represents waste because it's infrastructure that you built that is doing nothing. If you have a gear column, then whether the belt needs to be made or engines or whatever else down the line needs gears, these are being used. It's the same exact reason why you don't put iron smelters right in front of the belt assemblers. I mean, I don't know. To me, it makes sense. Alright, I'm also just being a whiner and need to just get going on it, that's all. This thing can go here, 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 and I guess we're doing 3. Not sure, is that a fluid input? Oh god, we have a gas? We have gas. Vacuum as a gas. Sure. We're gonna suck the air out. Neat. Alright, if 3 more sets of machines need copper, then I could do something like this. Then eventually the copper comes down, same with this up here. And eventually these two go underneath the other machines to give them the tin plate and then the copper plate. Although the copper should actually be on the bottom. This way. Because two different sets of machines need copper and only one needs the lead or tin or whatever it's called. Well, I don't know what graphite's gonna need. I guess we need to take a look at that. Let's do this again. So, 4 vacuum tube, make subfloor. Add graphite as a requirement. Do we make graphite locally, or do we... That's a pretty high throughput requirement. That's more than 1 inserter worth of coke per second. I feel like graphite should be made in the smelting area. Bust over. I don't think we make it local. For all the same reasons I just mentioned. How do I remove? There we go. We'll just assume that I'm gonna make graphite somewhere else. Give me my thing back, please. Iron plate. Bum, 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 bum. The graphite. Copper plate we've handled. And glass. We have glass. Vacuum somehow. Figure that out later. You grab your copper, you grab your copper, you grab your copper. These are all below 0.75, so I don't have to use more than one inserter. So that's good. That's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then these need to be feeding the glass in. So that's glass, glass, glass. In theory, if this were a vertical bus, glass comes in from somewhere up here, goes through this whole thing, and then returns to where the bus would be, so that the glass line doesn't get destroyed by non-splitters until we do get splitters, and then we can add them in and it'll be all fine. So that just leaves the vacuum. Figure that out. Presumably we're gonna have a fluid bus of some sort, so I don't know if there's an entity for pipes, probably, yeah. Infinity pipe. So that's going to be a vacuum pipe. That's cool. Yep, so that'll hook up to vacuum, and then we will have these vacuum tubes being made at only 0.25 items per machine, so regular inserter output. Oops. If you recall correctly, vacuum comes from a vacuum pump or similar, which is a smallish building. I thought I just looked at that briefly, but I'll check again. So... oh no, I looked at the graphite. I didn't look at vacuum. Vacuum is made in a pressure pump Mark 1. Alright, let's try it. Okay, and it just runs. I see. Okay, so that's fine. So we could probably stick it here at the beginning of this whole section. It's making 100 per second. We're using 18.7, so no big deal. Wait. Is that true? Yeah, it makes 100. We're only using 7.14 times like 3, so like 20. So it's more than enough. Yeah, making the pipe bus a little bit smaller would be useful. I find no issue with that locally at all, right? Because, like, it doesn't have any inputs. It just makes the thing. So you're not saving any space by making it anywhere. Okay, so that would be that one. So we've got this one, this one, this one, and this upper one here. This doesn't really need to go into a box, so I was just doing that to organize earlier. And if the resources aren't needed, they can just kind of dead end. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. That one is Checkerino. Just 3 more. And then the actual final machine making the circuit boards. Oh. It's a lot of work just to make one machine. Make one. Make enough throughput for just one. Just one. 3 burner assembly machines doing the solder recipe. Okay. Something like that. I should like it if the fueling of these burner machines is automated. So these ones don't require fuel input, but this burner assembler, these 3 burner assemblers, they're all going to need fuel. So perhaps this coke belt should do some weaving of its own. That's not gonna work. The solder line is just lead plate, tin plate. I already have tin here. Tin being this color looks really weird to me. Lead plate, have not used yet. So we'll need a new source of stuff. Give me another infinity chest here. Lead plate. This tin can just do one of these dealies. And eventually it gets returned back to the bus. Grabby, grabby, grabby. I actually don't need power, surprisingly. And then we need, obviously, the output belt. And then power. Still trying to figure out how I want to do that. Maybe it'd be easier if I put this on this side. Not really. Kind of hideous, but whatever. I'm just gonna make it work. It has power now. And then the coke line can instead go down to here and head back toward the bus. Power, power, power. One more done. Lets you throw items with inserters. Really? Like, how far can it eat stuff? That's great. I wish I could actually see. Oh, I can if I just move this up a little bit. Great. I can't see chat while you guys are... There we go. Alright, so I've got most of a circuit thing planned, and it's surprisingly quite square shape-ish. Shouldn't be too hard to establish somewhere and then get built out. At least a basic one machine, modular little build that we could do a few of if we need more. And then someone can do it far better than I did. Ashnitz, welcome back. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Sorry I've been gone for the last couple of days. Like power issue. One day. You can also throw trains. You can throw trains? Sounds even better. Alright. Nothing to do except for the next one. Just do it. Just do it. PCB Factory Mark 1, okay? Try to line up with, like, this front line. Just do it. Leave 3 in between so that we can do inserters and undergrounds. I think we can rotate this around and get connected to the same vacuum, most likely. Alright, so that's the vacuum. Then you wanted copper plate, which I was already planning on sending back. We'll just go here and this better damn reach. Good, it does. Perfect, easy. Except copper needs to go to 2 machines, so not the top edge, but the bottom edge. Right here. Okay, so here's your copper, here's your copper. 0.68 is less than 0.78, so we don't need more than 1 inserter. And you just need Formica. Sure. Formica. That's gonna be someone else's job. Figure out the Formica. Formica in, Formica in, Formica go wherever the hell it wants. Ooh, those sound cool. Alright, that's that one done. Last, we have 2.5 machine requirement for... what looks like not a battery to me. Definitely looks like something from Van Wilder. That's fine. We're not going to say it again because it's inappropriate. except that this did need to be closer. Okay, so it can't be here, actually. These want to be here. Ish. Just need to have access to the copper. Not perfectly symmetrical, whatever. I don't care. Moving on. Okay, one thing I have not considered at all is that eventually the burner machines will have ash buildup, but that's a problem for someone else. No, I should take care of it, damn it. Damn it. It's not much, it's like barely any, you know? What's a little ash between friends? Zinc plate we have not used yet, so we'll need that as well. If I place ghost entity, infinity chest in the real world, will they still work as visual indicators, or will they break? Like, do I need to do the thing where I use a, ghost image of some other thing? You know what I'm saying? Are you awake and do you speak English? Okay, you got zinc input. Zinc and copper. Needs cellulose. Oh shit, I can use cellulose as a fuel. Why not, right? Whatever. Belt it away and make it someone else's problem? Well, that's what I was planning on doing. I'm not gonna... I'll just let the machines fill up and someone can figure it out. No, I shouldn't. Like I said, I shouldn't. It would just be something like this. No, that doesn't work. And then that just leaves this machine that also needs to dump its ash. And these three. I'll come back to the ash problem in a second. Alright, saline water. Saline water. And we don't actually need fuel, because we're just going to use the cellulose, I guess. Whatever. Hopefully cellulose isn't hard to build. Probably would be better to force it to try to fuel with coal, but, you know, the inserters aren't going to play smart with it later, so. Let's find a infinity pipe to start, see what saline water looks like. It's just salt water, right? Not a big deal. saline water. Get your output, which I'm just now realizing on all machines that use burners, we need filters so that this one doesn't grab ash. Shouldn't need it here, but for the sake of visual clarity, I'll just do it. And then same thing on this output inserter. This needs to have the output inserter for just solder. Otherwise it could grab ash. Fuck things up. Same thing with these. You are supposed to grab cleaner pumps, which is actually sort of a battery, kind of, but definitely doesn't look like one to me. That's not what they look like in base Factorio. And this still needs its ash output as well. So we'll do... I guess honestly it can just be down here, and then... ash. And that ash line feeds up into this ash, generic ash kit. These can just dead end here, because whatever. Reverse that insert? I did. And this is one of the final products, so clarity will just make all of these really long for now. They're the things that I actually need. Okay. Ash was dealt with here. I think that's that. And that just leaves the final doodad, the Chip Shooter Mark 1. I've already kind of built this in a way that it's like square modular, but not infinitely expandable in one direction modular, which I think is fine for this phase of the game. We don't even have splitters yet, you know? But, where should it go? Does it go on the bottom and then feed back? Or does it go on the top and all these feed up and then it... Smiter, I have no idea. No one's taking charge on the bus concept. Ming was supposed to do it, and he's chickened out, so... I think I'm gonna just place it, like, way over here. And then have all these feed down into it. This is what I want to avoid. You can actually see tiny bits of little ash there. It was doing the thing. I'm glad I caught it ahead of time. Kind of. Every now and then you see a little bit of ash. Mica doesn't need to come through. These don't need to come through. See ash again. Is it broken or is it just residual? Probably just residual. Printed circuit substrate, right. I didn't give this an output, did I? So you go here to here, here to here. Output, output. And the circuit substrate was only 0.12 items per second. One inserter's plenty. And then it goes into a box. Interesting. It gives us credit. It gives us credit for making them in the planning world. Huh. That's a loud machine? Yeah, man, it's a chip shooter. It's shooting them chips. Alright, ratios on these. So we need two inserters inserting the high power resistors. Otherwise it will bottleneck. So let's shift this over. Sorry about the... If it's too loud, I could turn it down. We'll have this thing go under, and then have another mechanical inserter help with the insertion of those little coil doodads, the high-powered resistors. Same thing with ceramic capacitors. We'll go here to here, that view. And then I think all of the others are okay. 0.75 and 0.75 shouldn't overload it. So that thing should run, unless I've fucked up the math or fucked up the build somewhere, it should have the little green dot non-stop. Full throughput, one machine. One whole chip shooter. Making 0.75 circuits, green circuits, per second. So this, if we were playing Vanilla Factory, this whole thing is basically equivalent to like one basic assembly machine making green circuits. Also, most of the prerequisite stuff has not been automated yet. I don't think we've got cellulose, formica. I doubt we have zinc plate. I think we do have lead plate. We have glass, but I don't think it's belted. We definitely don't have graphite. We don't have saline water, so far as I know. We do have aluminum plate. That's not aluminum plate, that's ceramic. I don't think we have ceramics. I don't know about tin. And I don't know that coke production has ever been belted. So, the nice thing about having this all set up, though, is that assuming I can copy-paste this into the real world, anyone that wants to help can just be like, oh, this is supposed to be a Formica line, and then go figure out how the hell you make Formica, and then hook it up. Right? You did it in the main world just now? Did you beat me? Are you faster than me? You bastards. Well, I'm still gonna paste this in the real world. You can't stop me. I worked hard on this shit. Where'd you build it? You bastards. Where is it? Oh, you're just working on formaldehyde. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, good. That part's good. Unless you mean you're bootstrapping the entire darn thing. Well, here's how big this thing will be in the real world. I'm gonna paste it just to see what it does with the loaders and infinity chests. Why does the blueprint have, it had like indicators here too, at the very bottom. It's like showing max, oh, it's showing all the max belt on indicators. It adds the chest, but not the filters. Okay, darn. So that's irritating. For planning purposes. Oh, no, it does add the filters. It does add the filters, you just have to click on the chest. And then you can see what it's supposed to be. So not as easy as just having a visual, but like, as long as you know that you can click on the chest to see what it's supposed to feed, then this still does work. Oh, hey, moon drops. It has inputs on top and bottom for the fluids. Yeah, so it's coming, it's getting vacuum from the top, from this machine here, right here. And then it feeds in here to here. I'm not sure why it has multiple inputs for the vacuum, but... here, I'll just make a copy for you too. You need it. Put a copy in your inventory, Jaleo. If you want to move it, I just wanted to see what would happen with the loaders and with... I mean, so obviously it's not, we're not gonna have loaders, right? I mean, they might be in the mod, I'm not sure, but... I just wanted to see what it would do, and now we know. Yeah, if you click on the chests, it'll still say what the filters are. Pretty sure I did everything right, but that means there's probably at least 17 mistakes. But I did do ash removal. I did do fuel to all burner machines. So those two things are like the main ones that would shut down the process eventually if no one's looking. But yeah, it can go anywhere. Maybe there's two fluid inputs if alternative recipes require different types. Oh yeah, that's probably the case, because isn't that exactly how oil works in Vanilla Factorio? You can use either pump, either side of the main furnace, or whatever it's called, oil refinery inputs, until you have both in the new recipe, and then it wants water and oil. It's a good call, it's probably that. Main world is already in Tech 3. What do you mean by Tech 3? Well, that whole process took a while, but not actually as long as I thought it would. And I've also never used that mod. Well, both mods. I've never used this mod, the Factory Planner mod, or the sandbox map thing. So, I think future builds will go a lot faster. Especially with splitters. So what do you think, Jaleo? Do you like it? I mean, does it matter where we build it? Should we build it somewhere that we can expand it? Is it awful? You hate it? Is yours better? If that's all true, that is allowed. Oh, we do have Formica. If no one does or says anything, I'm just gonna start placing things and building it, but... we're so close to the shotgun blueprint mod being online. YOLO. I'm curious if it is going to properly remember the filters. Yeah, good. So far I have enough. I've made some of these first machines. I've got enough for like one of each. No, I still need to make another electronics factory. I pocket crafted like that entire time that I was in there. These stupid ass machines. That take forever. Need copper plate. It looks vaguely like copper. Okay, one more electronics factory. And we still need two PCB, well, again, I'm just gonna do one at a time. A PCB factory and a chip shooter. Chip shooter. Will require some of the printed circuit substrates before we can actually make it. Interesting. Alright, well in that case, the PCB factory Mark 1. 1,500? Takes 1,500 iron plate to make a single PCB factory. Okay then. I'll get to pocket crafting. Hey, Ming. Oh, that's why. The PCB factory has 2 electronics factory Mark 1s inside it. Yeah, that tracks. And what? Let me guess. The chip shooter probably has 2. No, not quite. Alright, looks like I have enough copper. I just need some stone now. Somehow I, once again, don't have enough copper? Okay. Y'all have any more of that personal crafting speed tech? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the movement speed tech is actually, I think, kind of pointless because it's 5%, and I'm almost certain that that 5% movement speed is going to be additive with the 350% speed we currently have on refined concrete. So we're effectively going from 350 to 355, I think, which is going to feel completely not useful at all. What is the multicolored stuff on belts? These are flowers, and they're very pretty. It's native fauna, I think is the name for it. Yep, native flora. If it is multiplicative, then yeah, it's good, but I'm just thinking back, like, I'm pretty sure when you do power armor or like power armor Mark II and you've got like 3 sets of exoskeleton legs, it's additive. And that makes me feel like the bonuses system in Factorio is just built around additive increases. I don't think it's going to be multiplicative. I don't even have burner assemblers. Honestly, nor do I know where to find them. Ashnits. Having fun running around. I hope so. Zoom zoom. Apparently I accidentally made a fastwood forestry Mark 1. Well, that's neat. Yeah, oh, that's wrong. That's why. Because it's wrong. This is where I'm gonna make the 17 mistakes, is trying to build it out. What on earth is all this stuff? What it, yeah, moondrop seeds. Treated wood. Creosote. It's like an entire different industry. Mica is made from formaldehyde, raw fiber, sap, treated wood. Fancy. You're fancy. That's the circuit board bootstrap. This formaldehyde little thing here. This is supposed to do the whole thing. Moondrops are involved. Oh, you've got a PCB factory here. I see. Well, eventually that would be wonderful if we could move it here and hook everything up. What are we lacking for the formaldehyde? Copper plate and methane? Where the hell's methane supposed to come from? I ain't out loud. Moondrops plus water plus carbon dioxide equals methane. And I see we're still ramping the moondrop production itself with moondrops. No one should be surprised to find out that this base does not produce very much iron or copper right now. I'm pretty sure. And if it does make any in any kind of quantity, it's probably all going into boxes from like multiple days ago. Like, say these. So that people could grab crap and pocket craft. Also, people have been leaving little poop piles. So there's various supplies of iron, copper, whatever, from when they connect and leave. Underground's nice. Underground pipe, our belt. What is that? Pressure pump. Ooh, 49 mechanical extractors. Don't mind if I do. Just waiting for what? Start grade 2 copper, need 40 circuits for that. Yeah. Well, this is the big mid-game hurdle here. Not mid-game, sorry, what am I saying? This is clearly not mid-game, this is still early game. But, I'm sure it'll get easier. Right, guys? 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 It'll get easier, right? I feel like I built like half of it. It's basically built. Pretty much. I've done my contribution for the day. I think I'm gonna take a break now. And let everyone else do the work. Yeah, I'm very curious about the caravans too. I want to see that. I want to get that working. Getting us out of the burner phase halfway, right. So we're gonna have splitters, but I assume that we still aren't going to have burner full-on assemblies for a while. We're still gonna be stuck using burner assemblies. Thiefy. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything. I know, and it's wonderful. I'm gonna steal some of this treated wood so I can make the electric poles better. Nice, yeah. Electric poles from treated wood, so much better than logs, apparently. They're gonna be fancy electric poles. Moondrop seeds being RNG. They are? 25% chance for 1, 2, 3. So it always makes 7 seeds, and then 25% of the time it makes 1, 2, or 3. Is that what that's saying? So on average it makes not... It makes some amount. I'm gonna bother with the math. I can't believe you think I didn't do any work. I mean, I made this so easy for everyone. All you have to do is just hook up all the inputs and outputs. Ugh. Just go do all of the things. You put Formica on a belt, get some zinc plate on a belt, get some cellulose on a belt. I mean, I don't see the problem. Seems pretty straightforward. I have absolutely no idea how much work is involved in doing any of those, so obviously my position is short-sighted and wrong, but oh, I'm getting close to the first PCB factory. Yeah, actually, do we have any, I forget what they're called. The goofy word? Turds? Turds. Do we have any more turds that we get to pick? Turd bonuses. There might be a good turd bonus. Password is Ruby, R-U-B-Y, and yes, it is definitely open to anyone who wants to join. The only reason there's a password in the first place is just so that people generally are part of the audience and are at least understanding what's the purpose and stuff, and mostly it's so that my moderators can communicate with them if they need to. You are more than welcome to join. We'd love to have you. I built it! I made one! Look at this. Boom. My job is complete. I need to make a pressure pump. The old pressure pump Mark 1. And then another PCB factory, and then I do need more burner assemblies. And then I've got to just get onto the process of figuring out which of these things are on the belt, are on a belt somewhere, hooking them up to these belts, or going and making those builds myself if I need to. You know how you guys are making some sort of circuit thing? We're trying. Did you figure it out and make a much better one than I did that I spent the last hour and 42 minutes on? Is that what you're about to say? Ming? Oh, I see. You just want 50 simple circuit boards. No problem. Sure, no problem. We're working on it. Anytime now. Very soon. What do you need them for? What do you need? That's a lot, man. 50. That's too many. Best I can do is 7. Yeah, copper is very clearly gone at this point. It seems that way. Alright, so Formica's being made here and then going nowhere, or is Formica not actually made yet at all? Have we made a single Formica? Do we have any formaldehyde? We have no methane. I can't tell how close we are to actually making formaldehyde, and therefore Formica. It looks like the answer is no, we don't actually have any Formica yet. Right? What about cellulose? Has anyone done anything whatsoever with cellulose? Because apparently you need cellulose from people's legs or something in order to make batteries. Actually, I'm thinking of cellulite, which is different. Not the same thing. That's all the burner assemblers. I need a lot of underground belt. You made the wood production to support cellulose. Sweet. Well done. Okay, another job then, if we are actually in delegate jobs mode. So someone is, hopefully, Ming, was it? Got it just tasked by someone I thought I saw with copper. Still need lead plate, graphite. Graphite's another one that I think might be an actual build. Even though it just looks like sticks. Anyone that's joining now that missed my description while I was doing it over the last hour and a half, if you click on these chests at the front of this thing that I built, this blueprint, you can see what the belt's supposed to contain. It just doesn't show it. Because these are infinity chests from the sandbox mode. You just have to click on it. So yeah, graphite, and then obviously iron's not a big deal. More copper plate. Ceramics? Do we have ceramics anywhere? And then we still need tin plate, glass. I remember someone did glass, and then coke. I don't know that coke was being belted anywhere. I think we just made coke. Very basic bootstrap coke right here? Yes, no, not that one. The tiny bit of coke, way the frick over here. So basically, if you heard any of those materials, those things ideally need to be on belts and sent toward the bus area, because we're going to need them. Because eventually we're going to want to ramp circuit production beyond just one machine. So, but for the moment, if we can get it all over there, even in small quantities, we can start making the first circuits. What if caravans instead of belts? Well, I don't know how hard it is to actually do the caravans. What tech are we lacking for caravans? We have zoology. So that means we have character logistics requests. Wait, do we just have caravans and I've missed it? Caravan. Alright. We'll go. Someone do that. Where did we find the first Vrock? We just sort of, like, materialize it out of nothing? A Vrock Paddock Mark 1 requires Microorganism Mine Mark 1. Other than that, actually have pretty much all the resources, just need to pick up some glass. So where's the microorganism mine? Where do microorganism mines go? Do we have to, like, find a deposit of microorganisms? Or is that maybe part of native flora? I thought flora was flowers and fauna was animals. Alright, this looks like lead. Tin. Why does that look like lead to me? I swear lead was... Tin was a different color in Bob's Mods, I think. And it looks more like lead to me for some reason. Although lead, I think, was also like a darker shade as well. Just bleed into a petri dish. Yeah, like you do. Wait, this is ceramics. Alright, we do have ceramics. In good quantities. Ish. You know, half of a belt. Well, okay, Thiefy, I know you've played this more than any of us, probably. How fast are these caravans? And do they fly? Or do they, like, walk around our machines and stuff? I'm just gonna grab this chest full of ceramics and put down a chest. Why am I not pocket crafting? Need another electronics factory. Requires more iron. You were just about to get caravans when your save is corrupted? Oh, you didn't get nearly as far into the game as I assumed. The way you've been describing stuff and the way you've been, like, talking about the mod pack, it seems like you were like a completer type person. Okay, ceramics. Oh, I see. Somebody already did it. Very good. Tin plate. Alright, I'm gonna do the same thing with tin. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, what if the caravans? What if the caravans are ground transportation flying robots? And what if the Vrocks, the animals, can run faster on the roads like we can? And what if we can make, like, high throughput roads for the animals? I hope that's how it works. That would be super cool. Bum. Glass. Glass is made there, alright? Don't tell me to look at substrate. Don't. Tempt me with a good time. I don't want to look at substrate either. Coke. So we have no machines that make coke directly. Well, not true. But there's like multiple products. What the hell is this crap? Oh, that's the... Right, the aluminum plate. Okay, so the only machine I've seen, I think, that makes coke is this process that we did a long time ago, where we're turning raw coal into coal, and then coal into... iron oxide, coke, coal gas, tar. But... apparently we can, maybe, we could use a high pressure furnace Mark 1 in a coke oven gas. We can make coke oven gas and coke directly from raw coal. This is a modified process to dump the byproducts and recover the leftover coke. The question then is, can we make high pressure furnaces yet? Yes, we can. Okay, so that seems to be the source for high pressure furnace for coke production. We have ample source of raw coal. This is probably easier in here, actually. I will make this into a subfloor. I wanted to add coke production from... Huh. So I'm not seeing the recipe in the planner yet that I just found, which makes me think even though we have that machine, we don't yet have the recipe. Best alternative then is gonna be... I doubt we have this recipe. This is... looks too complex. Naphthalene oil and anthracene. Anthracene? We definitely don't have gasoline, do we? We have it? This is just the recipe that we've been using the whole time. Yeah, how do I do that? In Factorio... Media. That, like, just a generic setting, maybe? Settings somewhere. Thank you, that's helpful. Yes, indeed, somewhere. Interface, I don't know, recipe? Check the gasoline recipe. Do we already have gasoline? Yeah, there's definitely a setting that I have turned on somewhere that's like showing everything, and I need to figure that out. Yeah, I don't know. Gasoline. I mean, there's probably multiple ways to make gasoline, but gold-enriched moondrop flowers can be turned directly into gasoline. Cellulose and manure bacteria with a bunch of water equals... Okay, okay, a bioreactor might be buildable already, based on that. I don't know where we get... Oh, we'll probably get the manure from the animals, obviously. I'll let someone else figure that part out. Someone else's job is to figure out the whole coke thing. Have fun with your petrochem degree. I'm gonna just ignore that for now. That's all this? Nice. Anthracene and naphthalene are things we can do. Sweet. Cool. I'm supposed to be pocket crafting more machines. Do I have any mining drills? I have 7 burners. Let me find you and I'll put them in your inventory. Where is Jaleo? Way down there. I'll check the poop chests too. I think I saw some. I think there might be a bunch more in there. I can remember where they are. They were right here. They may have already been raided. Or burners. Yeah, I only have 7, but I'll get close enough to give them to you. In a sec. And I'll also build you a 1-width run path. Come home. Crap. Alright, I gave you what I had, Jaleo. The Jaleo or Jaleo? Probably Jaleo, more like Galileo, kinda, I would guess. I choose. That's not how it's supposed to work. Domo 5606. Don't recognize your name. Welcome to the game. Pronounced Jimmy. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so thank you. So, select list GUIs in settings. Show all items. Under interface. Modded recipe searcher at the top left. Oh, are we supposed to use something up here? Use this recipe book instead of the Factoriopedia? Is that what I'm doing wrong? Yeah, recipe book 7,187 results. I know there's over 10,000 recipes in this game, in this mod, but like, I see. So there's a button to show unresearched or show... Got it. So there are 7,187 that it's claiming at the moment, but if you turn that off, we only have 519. And if we use the Factoriopedia, it doesn't tell us the numbers, nor give us the filter. I see. Got it. Cool. So this is important, apparently. Yeah, I was very confused about that too, Thiepy. The first time that I saw that there was a recipe book up here, I just immediately disregarded it and thought, what's the point? Factoriopedia, right? Factoriopedia was, I believe, a 2.0 thing, and it's godly. It's so amazing. I love the Factoriopedia. Alright, well, like I said, I've done my job for the day. I did all this work. Nah. I'm gonna keep trying, but, so... like, some of these machines are so close to wanting to turn on already. For realsies. Oh, shit. 1, 2... I still need 4 more electronics factories. Alright. Botanical nurseries. I don't think I have any of those. Are you asking me to pocket craft botanical nurseries for you? I could. If we all pocket craft together. This is getting out of hand. Alright, I'm gonna grab a ton of iron and copper and pocket craft more. Copper plates are there. Almost enough. Just need some stone. Alright, well, my character's working hard. Or hardly working. Look at all of... It's like when you go to IKEA and you open up, like, a box of, like, something that your spouse or loved one wants you to build for them. And then you go to sit down and there's way, way more parts than you expected. Like, you thought it was going to be a simple project, but no. No. You're going to be putting shit together all afternoon. You know what I'm saying? It happened to me, it'll happen to you. Alright, I brought you a beer, Cat. What's the issue with stone? Keep in mind, is this you, Purcell? No, that's Chileo. You can actually go underground a lot further than you might expect. Like, you don't need that one. Need to loop Moondrops back to itself. I've already forgotten where Moondrops was. Over here, I think? Well, the mod did very clearly specify that the deal with this whole thing is that, Megabase is not an option. It is not optional. Megabase required. So if there's no space for anything yet, that just means we weren't thinking big enough yet. And perhaps we need to refactor all stone processing, for example. Just this whole thing needs to get moved to, like, really far away so that we can think big. Like, really big. What kind of beer? It's not really beer. People usually give me shit when I call it beer. It's gluten-free hard seltzer surge. Might call hard seltzer. To me, anything that's not a wine or liquor is beer. I know that's not technically correct, but I don't care. It's beer. This is so silly. Oh yeah, so you've got to take them out and then feed them back in. Well, I suppose you could make it look a little bit less silly if you built the second one and just have them cross-feed each other. But until you get the second one up and running, yeah. It's kind of like a rudimentary precursor to like uranium processing in the base game.
There aren't even bad guys here. This couldn't surprise you, right?
Yeah, no, it could, Varkathrin. I'm terrified of that sound for 12, 13 years now playing Eve 4. It will always scare me. It's always, I mean, I'm glad that it is the way it is. This is a good idea a long time ago to make that be a sound alert and then have it be louder than normal. Because you never hear that sound. You never hear that sound when you're playing the game. At least I don't. Almost never. In real game. Actually, that just reminds me of how little I like the war deck sound in EU5. I really don't like it. How come this isn't making moondrops? There are 5 moondrop seeds. Okay. Yeah, I see. It's apparently an incredibly slow recipe. I'm surprised because it says 140-second crafting time, but I don't know. Is that really? With 1600% speed modifier, it feels like it should be. Is it crafting speed 1 plus 1600%, or is it crafting speed 1 because of the plus 1600%? I think it's the latter. I think that without adding like the 16 or 20 or whatever moondrops to it, I think it's got like a stupid slow speed, and you have to add all of them just to get it up to normal crafting speed. Push too hard and get coalitioned? Ah, it's a rookie move. Okay, so there I'm showing 15 moondrop seeds. This machine's got enough to finish its current job and run 2 more times. So does that not mean that these 15 seeds are in excess and therefore could be turned into methane? It looks like they're extra. We could make a little bit of methane right now. And with a little bit of methane, we would then have a little bit of formaldehyde, and if we had a little bit of formaldehyde, we'd have a little bit of formica. If we have formica... I don't know, something would happen. Can't really say what, but something. So this belt is supposed to be copper. I'm gonna put a... doodad like this. In case anyone missed it, on day one, I pointed out a really great feature, I think. So if you've joined, the default setting will probably not be enabled. But there's a mod installed that, I believe it's Alt-Q. Just press Alt-Q, and it will reverse the order of your crafting queue. So anytime you click to, like, make a thing, it'll put it at the front of your queue instead of at the very end. So if you're, like, in the middle of building something and you just need, like, one more underground belt or one more couple of electric poles or something, but you have a big crafting queue like me because you're filthy pocket crafter, very useful. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Did anyone look into the graphite situation? Turret upgrade is Moonlight pick. Is that true? Alt? Yes, Moondrop upgrade. Oh, I remember we were looking at this and then decided to not worry about it until we actually had moondrops, and that is now. Well, for the sake of anyone who's watching, I'll just read all of these and we can talk about it for a minute. If we missed the first turd, we're calling it turds because that's what they're called. Technological Upgrade and Research Device, also known as a turd. Turds are a unique, cool thing in this mod where you get to choose one bonus that affects certain machines and stuff out of 3 options, and they are mutually exclusive. So this is why we're going to read them all and talk about it, because this isn't something that each player inside this map gets to pick. It's us, like the whole save file. Once it's chosen, it is possible to change, but apparently it's really expensive, like fourth science pack plus. And yeah. Okay, so copper addition. Moondrops have several copper-containing enzymes that play an important role in photosynthesis, respiration, and formation of lignin. This process requires soil rich in copper and is what gives them their distinct bluish colors. Certain soils naturally contain trace amounts of copper. However, the addition of raw copper ore into their fertilization routine will improve crop yield. So we currently have the recipe 4 moondrop seeds plus 100 water equals 4 moondrops. And as we've just seen, it is quite fucking slow. With this upgrade, we would be adding in raw copper ore, same moondrops, same water, and we get double yield. Presumably all of these would be doubled as well. Just add a little bit of copper and yeah, this one doubles from 64 to 128. So if we feel like moondrops themselves are the bottleneck, that's a good option to make it more. However, it would also be a ongoing endless drain of copper ore. So we would have to have potentially trains at some point bringing in more copper ore and then routing it to the moondrop production area just to feed the copper into the moondrops. Second option, moondrops got their name because their flowers only open under light reflected from one of the planet's moons. Install special high-powered lamps into the greenhouse And improve production by constantly simulating moonlight. Bum bum bum. Moonlight. So it would affect 2 recipes. Real speed minus 50 with productivity plus 35%. I don't yet still understand what they mean by real speed minus 50. But that almost looks like it doubles it to me. For some reason. Or no. Yes? No? Are they saying real speed minus 50, like slow it down by half, but then add 35 productivity? Yeah, it's confusing, the real speed thing. I think real speed might have something to do with the, introducing 16 entities that are kind of treated as modules to it situation or something. Like if we treat the speed minus 850 and speed plus 1700 or whatever when looking at those types of machines as like the module-based speed, perhaps real speed is multiplicative against the base speed, while speed is additive multiplied against the crafting speed. Like this isn't a problem in the base game because there's no add 16 moondrops module thing happening, you know? I think that's why maybe they introduced real speed. Double time? Oh, I didn't see that. You're right. Whoa. Yeah. Big difference. So this has 140-second crafting time. This has 70-second. Not only do you get double yield, but it's half the recipe time. Huge difference. Yeah, 4x multiplier then. And when they start to get more complicated... Oh, nice. So like on the second level, instead of needing water and hydrogen, you still just need the water. So it simplifies the second tier recipe. It simplifies all of them, you're right. I just assumed that it was going to be like the same on each tier, except also plus copper, but no. Instead of having to do all this shit, biomass, fertilizer, hydrogen, just give it some copper. No need for biomass. No need for fertilizer. Just copper. No need for hydrogen. Well, this one looks even better to me now. Especially considering the half crafting time. But... Moonlight... And the other thing is that there's a methane recipe, 60x methane. Apparently it produces lamps? Oh, I see. It requires a lamp and has a 95% chance to return the lamp to simulate, like, decay or drain running the lamps. That's cool. Yeah, it's a cool mechanic. And then carbon capture. Install small filters that will absorb escaping CO2 from the greenhouse, helping moondrops in their carbon capture. Allows self-sufficient production of CO2 without external inputs. So still don't quite understand the real speed thing, but based on the words it's saying, what I'm reading here is Moondrop Greenhouse Mark 1 can be set to a recipe that just makes carbon dioxide. 200 every 5 seconds. Just make a ton of carbon dioxide. Well, we are playing on 2.0 or whatever of Factorio, so we have the pipe and fluid dynamic changes, even though this is not really a space age mod. I don't know that piping carbon dioxide everywhere is that big of a deal. Perhaps it is, though. Without fully understanding, like, what this real speed does, I don't know how to calculate this. I don't know if it's... This one and this one seem like they do the same thing. They both increase moondrop production, right? But this one I can understand. I can see what it's doing. This one, I don't know. If I had to guess, because this one doesn't actually require you to feed it copper ore, this one is probably easier to set up, but not as efficient overall. But I don't see this as a very complicated process. Just give it copper ore, and then all the other recipes get easier down the line, so, like, seems better to me. Is there a way to search for use? Yeah, Persil, are you familiar with, Factoriopedia? So, like, take any resource, like, you're looking for wood. If you find wood, Alt-click, and then it'll tell you where it's made, and then what the ingredients are, what that is, so, like... And then there's this whole section here, used in. These are all the things that use wood. Any resource, any entity even, you can just Alt-click on it. And it'll tell you what it can be used in, what it can be burned in, what it can be, you know, different ways to make it. My crafting queue is gone. Sorry, so the iron supply is probably very low at the moment because in order to finish those final builds, I grabbed like probably 2,000 iron plate from the chests. So these iron grabber guys are, there's 4 inserters stealing iron plate from the belt right now. That's why the belts are very, very low. But also, it looks like our iron ore is... Oh, yeah. Half of, look at this. Half of the belts, half of the whole furnace area is just like not running because the initial iron deposit dried up. Didn't we get more iron way over there though? Yeah. Where'd all this iron, why does this iron not go anywhere? Hyper Kitty. Hyper Kitty didn't join, that's why. Where's Hyper? He's having a weekend. Sleeping on the job. Well, he did, spend, like, the entire second session working on that, and then we haven't had a real session since then. So my guess is that he spent the entire session building this, and then never hooked it up to anything. Like, I don't know. Unless... Oh, there's a stone overload. Yeah. These chests, that's the issue. Even use steel chests to try to delay the issue, but we got distracted by so much crap for a long time that it happened anyway. Well, didn't someone ask about stone earlier? Weren't we having problems with stone? Way back at like the basic smelting stuff? The very first, this thing. Can't we just belt the stone directly instead of putting it into boxes and like someone can use it somewhere. Domo, there's this thing that I found. If you go to the logistics tab of the crafting menu, hover over all of the tanks, all of the storage tanks for fluid, and look at the description on like the 3rd or 4th row from the bottom. Sometimes you don't want to store that much. Cheap low capacity tank. Compact low capacity tank. Medium capacity. Medium capacity. Good capacity. Long tank. High capacity. Very high capacity. For those who would rather kick the problem down the road instead of solving it. Yes, I feel attacked. That's me. Here, I'll fill my car up with stone. That'll solve it, right? Banakeg. I was actually just thinking, about going over there and putting a car right next to the chests and just having the inserters fill up the cars, fill up a car or two. So we were thinking the same thing. It's pretty funny. Problem is now I can't pick up my car. I shall put the stone into the poop chests. There's something we can do with stone. Turn it into gravel, then sand. Make a better glass recipe. True, the glass recipe we have is pretty poor. We're just turning, like, very small quantities of quartz directly into molten glass. Hyper Giddy. I have summoned him. Were your ears burning? I didn't see you in chat. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was talking about you while you weren't here. But you are here, so. I was under the impression at first that, like, you had worked on it the entire session, but you didn't even hook up the iron output. So, like, the entire time we've been playing today, it's just been over there not working. But no, it was a stone overload. Well, you tried hard. You tried hard with steel. I saw the steel chests, which I don't even know how you make those. Oh, they're down here now. Normally steel chests are like up here, I thought. I would like steel chests. Okay, I need to make another PCB factory, or do I? Is it safe to assume that once we get all of the stuff, we can steal the PCB factory Mark 1 that's right there and put it here? Or does that initial PCB factory kind of need to stay there? Because it'll take a while to make. I need to make more stuff. Low power not be helping? Everything is going wrong. We're out of copper, we're out of iron, we're out of power, we're... the whole base. We have too much stone, not enough moondrops. You know how it is. I feel like at one point we had automated belt, but yes, as expected, it requires manually injected iron plate. Otherwise, no belt. Oh, actually, somebody did belt it. Those are the okay, never mind. The issue is just the actual iron throughput. But that's because this entire thing only has one single inserter moving belts. Yeah, because we don't have splitters, that's why. We have too many moondrop seeds. The seeds can be burned right there into methane. I think that's the whole purpose of the thing. We want the moondrop seeds so we can make endless methane. We don't need to make all of the stone into landfill. I do think that whoever's suggestion it was to turn some of the stone into better glass is a good idea. Because the quartz into glass process is the most basic. It's not very good. That glass is happening up here, and like, none of these machines are happy to be doing what they're doing. At all. It's very sad. Saline water and concrete. Pretty sure we got saline water or concrete production down here. I don't know if there's saline water, but there is definitely refined concrete production. Well, we haven't been expanding the fish turbines at all. Nor probably any of the power. I apparently have some fish on me, so I'll make some more. Need to find steel. Rusted Marple, thank you for your sub. Also Narky, 12 months, thank you very much. Happy anniversary, Narky. Narky? I don't know how to say it. It's steel. Remember, steel used to dead end into a box. What do you know? It still does. Sweet. Bum, bum, bum. What shall we do with the drunken sailor? What shall we do with the drunken sailor? What shall we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning? No idea where the fish turbine went. Too many new recipes. I cannot keep up. Not going to worry about all these new recipes. In fact, honestly, I'm kind of tempted just to disable that setting. There's a setting that I saw a minute ago when I was in the options menu. I might just turn this off. I think it's recipe notifications. If I just turn that off, will it like not make me have to do that ever again? Because I don't enjoy doing that. Quick, does anyone remember the next verse? I can't remember the next verse and it's bothering me. The Drunken Sailor song. We're supposed to do something with him. He's got to be put in a ditch or something. I forget though. Is it the brig? Not the ditch? Hmm. Put him in the brig till he sobers up? Or till he sober up? That sounds roughly correct. I vaguely remember we sang it in high school. That was a long time ago. I'm an old man now. Gents and ladies. Keep in mind, there's probably at least one. I'm allowed to say plural ladies. It's probably fair, maybe. There's a lot of lyrics in that song that have like a artistic license to them. Like the lyric that I kind of hummed is what shall we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. That's how the song goes. They don't say early. And there's a lot of other words that are the same, where they're like pronounced differently for the sake of the song, if that makes any sense. Put him in bed with the captain's daughter, which is a nickname for the cat of nine tails. It's not. Wait, it's not for real. They aren't really putting him in bed with the captain's daughter. It's a radical difference in expected outcome there. Damn. Poor guy. I recently started watching a TV show called Outlander. I only watched 4 episodes, but it's quite good. I like it. Not to be confused with Highlander. Also, apparently there's like a new Fallout TV show that I had completely not noticed or realized was happening. Princess Luna, I made 2, okay? I made 2 more. Are you telling me that that's not enough to completely fix all of our fish turbine or all of our power problems? Come on. I'll go eat fish. I'll go find some more fish. Find a lake or something. I mean, 2 more fish turbines is easily like just so much power. What I'm trying to say is that I did the barest minimum of effort and you're complaining that it wasn't good enough, and I don't appreciate that. Do we ever actually use this seaweed? Should I collect this seaweed while I'm here too? I collected it last time, but I don't remember what it gets used for. Yes? Okay, well if that's the case, there are some chests. The poop chests, you know, where people dump all their crap when they join and leave the game and stuff. I think I saw hundreds of seaweed in one of the boxes. Someone might want to check on that if seaweed is actually useful. There might even be fish in there too. But I'm gonna come back with like every single fish and seaweed in this entire lake. Is it still true that if you use an inserter, you can automate the process of collecting fish? Like if you just like have an inserter grab from the water, will it still pick up the fish? If they pass through eventually? That's cool. Do they need a filter set, or do they just grab anything? Actually, come to think of it, do you know how annoying it would be to try to catch fish if we were playing without the long reach mod? Like, they would be so much harder to actually collect. What shall we do with the drunken sailor? Okay, someone else, give me another good, what are those songs called? Not Baroque. Although Baroque is a wonderful class of music. They're like that kind of song, like the Drunken Sailor song, you know, where they're... Yeah, sea shanty, sure. What's another good one? Bum ba dum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba dum ba dum bum ba dum. Bum ba dum ba dum bum ba dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. I have obtained at least 200 fish. That's plenty of fish, right? And I'm still upset that you can't run cars on fish, despite fish having fuel value. Fish-powered cars would be so cool. Also, why can't you power fish? Why can't you power cars with fish when it says fish give vehicle acceleration plus 20 and vehicle top speed plus 20? Fish cars, man. They should be a thing. Okay, what am I doing? I'm looking for supplies. Oh, that was quartz that I saw, sorry. So... who was it that answered me? Princess? Do you want the, I collected, like, 86 seaweed. Not very much, I guess, but... I have a lot of fish. Means I need steel and iron. And I can make fish-powered turbines. Eesh. Bum ba da dum ba da dum bum ba dum. There's this song that shows up a lot on Facebook feed and like TikTok and stuff, where it's supposed to be like really soothing to ADHD minds, and it's a bunch of men singing with the whole, you know, or like the quartet style. There's like the guy with a super deep voice. I can't remember how that song goes. I want to hear that right now. Bones in the Ocean is the... Bones in the Ocean by the Longest Johns? I'll take a listen. Why not? Bones in the Ocean. Turn off Factorio for a sec. Bones in the Ocean. We're doing the thing where we all notice the problem and then we all work on the thing. So I just built a bunch of fish turbines. Someone else was just doing a bunch of steam engine. And now HyperKitty is going to begin working on power. So we're all going to end up working on power. And then we're going to be like, wait, where's the iron? Where's the copper? So you're more than welcome, HyperKitty, but just be aware that like I just added another, I have a ton of fish. I'm just pocket crafting endless fish thingers. As long as I can find resources for it, which I'm lacking copper. So technically, if you want more power, copper would make more power right now. The only thing stopping me from making more. Let's see. I want to hear the Rains of Castamere. Bum, bum, bum. I want the one where it's just the guy. Piano ruins it. I don't think it's going that bad. I mean, I'm trying to make sure I understand that lyric. It's, and now the rains, like rain from the sky, weep o'er us all, meaning weep over us. So it's raining, is what he's saying. It's raining. And there's not a soul to hear or something? I think that's what it is. Are you sure it's over the halls? I still heard or us all. Like or, O apostrophe ER, where they don't pronounce the B. Alright. I'll get distracted by the music if I let myself, so. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum. Now the rains weep o'er his hall. Okay. Created the first seaweed. Oh, I still have my seaweed. Where's that happening? Luna, I'll find you. Here, I have my other 80. Here, give it to you in your inventory. You probably don't need it anymore, but I did collect it like I said I would. Now I just need more copper plate still. Make more fish turbines. Yeah, surprisingly, Nerd Nick, like, we have a good number of players. Like, we've got a good number of people working on this, and yet, we're the goal for today is still, it's been like 3 hours now, and the main thing I wanted to try to get done today, if possible, is to get green circuits being made. So I spent like the first hour and a half building this inside the sandbox mode. So this is a full setup to make one machine make green circuits at full speed. A grand total of 0.75 per second. And then I spent the last hour and a half to whatever it's been just trying to get it built. And it is not yet built. Nor working. That's because Princess Maker keeps judging me for not doing enough or something. But look, it's almost built. It's so close. Like, for real. All it needs is... we need cellulose on a belt. So, feel free to sign up for that task, anyone. Cellulose. We still need the formica that we do have a tiny bit of, maybe, from this methane into formaldehyde into formica. Formica needs to just be on this belt. Or in a box, and then fed in. We also still need lead plate, which I feel like we might have, actually. There's one whole machine making lead plate. Right there. So whatever that thing's built, we can bring over. Then we still need graphite. We've got ceramics, we've got tin plates, we've got glass, we've got coke. Hey, who did the coke line? Nice. I see a coke belt. Badass. So, it's close. It's very close. That means we've got high power resistors on the belt, fully backed up. We've got the ceramic capacitors fully backed up. We've got the air core conductors fully backed up. We do not have any vacuum tubes because we lack the graphite. And we lack solder because there's no lead plate. Still need to build another PCB factory Mark 1. We can't build the final entity, the chip shooter Mark 1, until we've at least started producing some of the PCB printed circuit substrate, which is lacking formica, which was this. So formica equals that, then we can make chip shooter, and then we're pretty much there. Graphite is from coke? Okay, I'll take a look at graphite. High pressure furnace just direct from coke? Okay, sweet. High pressure. I need stuff. Cool, cool, neat, neat. Yeah, I noticed that there's a belt that... There's just a belt of ash. It's supposed to be ash and brick, but instead it's just pure ash. I don't know what the plan was there. Yeah, this ash doesn't even go anywhere to be processed. It just goes... It just goes down to here and stops. So the iron supply is having a few issues with ash being everywhere for no reason at all. Well, for reasons, just whatever. Words. I have one high pressure furnace. I will make some graphite. Oh, you already built one. Okay. Do we need more than one? This makes 0.66 a second, and the build wants a total of items per second. We need 0.77 graphite per second total. So technically one machine's not enough, but I doubt the whole thing's gonna run at full speed anyway. But also I have built a second machine, so... whatever. Oh, nice. Domo, did you replace the steel chests with landfill chests? It'll just make infinite landfill? Nice. Well, that'll be useful when we get to Volcanus, right? Just kidding, we're never gonna get to Volcanus. There is no Volcanus. My moondrop is too tiny? I didn't do the moondrop. That was... Princess Luna did moondrop stuff? It seems like we... Oh, did we actually forget to actually choose the moondrop upgrade? Like, we talked about them, and then I didn't click it. It looks like no one else did. Like... Whoopsie! I didn't expect you guys to force me to pick. I thought someone would be like, yeah, that's the one, pick it. What do you guys think? Should we vote? You wanna... Feels like the people in game probably have a better argument for choosing than just everyone, but at the same time, I don't know. Basically, I see two options. I see option one is take the Moonlight upgrade and then we'll just have more, presumably, always. And we'll have a better recipe to make methane. With no pressure, no extra cost to the fact, it'll just make everything a little bit better right now. Option two is to take the copper edition, which will definitely, yes, exacerbate copper ore supply even harder right now, but has much more long-term potential benefit because it simplifies all the recipes down the chain and quadruples the moondrop throughput. So it's just a question of, do we want the easy option or the harder option? To me. Your vote's on carbon capture? Which one's that? The third option. See, to me, that one didn't even seem like a contender. What's the argument for carbon capture being useful? The explanation earlier was that it makes so much carbon dioxide that you just don't have to belt or bus or, you know, no cans of carbon dioxide, no, what are they called? Steel barrels, or underground pipes everywhere for carbon dioxide, which might be a thing, I guess. But yeah, so how do you value that, though? How valuable is CO2 on demand anywhere? Like, how many new things are going to need CO2? Is it going to be a big problem? It's hard to say. Like, I don't know how to value that. Which is why I kind of discounted it. Like, I can see tangible benefits right now, to the other two options. Need for moss, which is therefore rocks. Are we basically gonna make cows and the cows fart? And that's what, is that methane? Is that the rocks are cows? Rocks make methane. Haha. Hee hee. Well, it seems like we've got a reasonable number of people who support all of the options, which is actually a really good indicator that they're maybe balanced. You know, I personally think that they shouldn't be balanced such that one is just the always pick. So... on to beer number 2. Whatever has the best output versus cost to build. Well, the only drawback to the Moonlight upgrade is that it does require lamps. And I don't think we actually make any lamps yet. So that would be a project for somebody. We can always do the tech to reselect the turd later. Yeah, but for reference, just in case, let's check to see how expensive that is. I search for T period U period. There's a recipe down the line called turd reselect. It costs 7,000 Science Pack 1s, 6 times 700 Science Pack 2s, 3 times 700 Science Pack 3s, 2 times 700 Science Pack 4s, and 1 times 700 Science Pack 5s. To reselect one turd. So, personally, I don't really think that we should ever think that's going to happen. Also, if you look closely, does anyone notice what the icon is? Goddamn nerds. It's a toilet paper icon. For turd reselect. Hee hee hee. It's a good one. Pretty funny. That sounds crazy expensive to me, yeah. I mean, it's 7,000 Science Pack 1s. I agree with HyperKitty. I think that I still personally, and I'm enjoying this, and I still personally plan on doing this for 3 to 4 hours a day, and I'm gonna be getting back into streaming more than just 4 hours a day at some point soon, but also I want to do more stuff on YouTube. I really want to get going back on YouTube again, so I've kind of come to terms with the fact that I'm probably not going to be able to stream EU5. I'll have to just do it all on YouTube. So that being said, there is a chance that we won't make it to 100 hours, right? But there's every chance that we'll make it to the next 3, probably 4 hours, one more session. So I lean towards whatever gives us the best bang for our buck right now. Bum. If we tapped the copper ore field to the west, the 17 million, would that just be good enough to do the copper one, or? Yeah, cellulose will fuel this bottom row. The other ones are being fed by the coke. Nice. Cellulose on a bus, or on a belt. Good job. That just leaves the Formica which... Well, not just the Formica. There's still no formaldehyde. There's no formaldehyde because there's no methane. There's no methane because the methane production wants moondrop seeds. The moondrop seeds are... I don't think that this setup works. I think there's a problem with the moondrop seeds into methane. Because... Nice, it's done 69 products. Unless there's like a logic thing somewhere, I'm not seeing them pull moondrop seeds in. Okay, so some methane's being made. That methane goes into here. That methane then gets used here. Formaldehyde has been made 46 times. So we should have some Formica. That Formica is going directly into this, which is going into printed substrate, which is going into... Have people just been grabbing whatever printed circuit substrates have been made by it so far? Is that the problem? I don't see an output inserter for it. That's fine. Yeah, Ming, if you need them, then by all means. You made a chip shooter? Oh, nice. The chip shooter's done. Cool. Perfect. Well, if that's the case, I personally think we should move that PCB factory here to here. And then just route the Formica direct into the build. Because we don't need it in both places. And these things are actually, they cost over 1,500 iron plate to make. Each PCB factory Mark II, if you look it up, a PCB factory is 1,500 iron plate, 715 copper plate, 20 steel, and 40 stone. It's a lot of crap. They are costly. This won't need to be here. So yeah, we just... Nope, that doesn't go there. It goes to here. That'd be the Formica, and then lead plate. Lead plate is the other thing that... The only source of it, ironically, the only source of lead plate I think that we've had this entire playthrough is from ash processing. We've turned ash into little tiny bits of iron oxide or something. No, this one here. We're turning ash into soot, and then soot into very small amounts of soot separation, which is giving 10% output of lead ore, and then this one stone furnace has made 87 lead plate. That's the entire source of lead. Nice. Hey, it's Cannon Fodder. How's it going, man? You gonna join us this wonderful Saturday afternoon? Everything's about to turn on. We just had lead plate. And tin plate. Tin plate needs to be over here too. Oh, that's actually why. Never mind. Tin plate does not need to be here. That doesn't need to be there. Just need... lead plate. Alright, we're gonna make a very small amount of solder. Gonna get breakfast. Breakfast? It's 3 in the afternoon for me. What time is it where you are? Way too late in the day for breakfast. This beer is making a noise like there's like something in it that's not beer. I don't like that. Right, chat. We're gonna do a poll because I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to be the blamed if we choose wrong. So I'm gonna let you guys choose, and that way, if we choose wrong, it's your fault. Which turd do you like best? 1, 2, or 3? So we talked about them twice now. First one does certain things, second one does other things, third one does completely different things. Hopefully you listened and you vote based on listening. If you didn't listen, then don't vote. Also, hilarious, absolutely hilarious, I'm not allowed to create a poll about turd. Apparently the word turd is offensive. Wow. Wow, Twitch. Wow. Just wow. Totally fine if I just abbreviate it TUR. Alright, I need to use the restroom real quick. I will be right back, and then we'll pick this tur. This tur. I missed the D. It wouldn't let me make it without the D. With the D. Right, so I tried to abbreviate, just type TURD, and it didn't let me. Then I tried T period, U period, R period, D period, and it didn't let me. Only if I removed the D. So I think we all know what that means. Which doesn't like the D. Just, they're against it. The D is... See, somehow they've made it even worse, right? Like, we wouldn't be joking and talking about this. Yes, indeed, that's exactly right, we'll tell you. It will bypass, it'll catch the most basic circumvention. Well, we have to do graphite if we want any circuits at all. So, it's not much, but we need some. Graphite's here, that's all we need. These two machines is actually overkill. We only need like 1.1 or 1.2 machines to support a single chip shooter. Welcome back, Purcell. So yeah, I mean, Coke production has been ramped. Coke production's all up here. I forget who did it. Was it Ashnitz? Yeah, it looks like an Ashnitz project. We're seeing Coke. We're seeing graphite. Well, actually, are we? I don't think that second machine can work. It's not made none. Not made any, excuse me. Or steam. Okay. It's hard to read your name. Scientific Archer. Okay. Alright, what is the vote? Well, I don't want to go too far into it, but some of you may have been around 5 years ago. The one time in my entire time on Twitch that I got banned for a week. Twitch has some questionable, I think very questionable stances on moderation. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the poll. Poll's closing in about a minute. Has it been that long? It has. I've been in Michigan again for almost 2 years now. Coming up in April, it'll have been 2 years. But yeah. It was after my divorce, but early into where I lived, so it had to be around 2019, 2020. Praise be the Holy Splitter. You built a splitter? Splitters? We just got circuits and you spent them all on splitters. Alright, what shall we do with them? A million ash. Products finish 6. Oddly, the only thing it's actually currently lacking is the solder. How is there no solder? Oh, again, because we have no lead. There's no lead. We need to actually make lead on purpose. Somehow. Instead of just accidentally. Like, go and find lead ore and tap it. So there's lead ore to the northeast, to the north. Looks like we've got someone made power and is hooking up miners, and I think I see... Nice. Okay, so we've got a feed of lead. We just need to process it. I assume you didn't process it up there, right? That's not it. I see the power line, but I don't see a belt. I'll hop in my car and try to get it down. I'm fancy like that. I got a car. Do you have a car? You have a car. You should build it. Oh, quick reminder. I do think it's really useful. Anyone who has not been playing all the sessions, even though there aren't any biters, be aware that the mod makes significant changes to player armor. So even though you don't need armor for defense, even something as basic as light armor gives 20 inventory bonus. 20 extra slots. So you might want to make a light armor, is my point. Okay, so we have a plan to get lead ore, but there's no actual lead. Because there's no fluid mining drill Mark 1. Yet. Fluid mining drill. And I cannot craft one. Get in! Just get in, Ming. What are you doing? I'm not trying to run you over. I was trying to make you get there faster. I could try to run you over if that's what you... Did you bring everything you needed? I see you got a gasifier. know. Somehow I don't even have pipes. Give me half and you can split the load if you want. If you're just waiting on crafting. This guy is doing gravel and lime. What are we gonna do with this? God. What the hell is slacked lime? I know what an acetylene. I know what acetylene is. Acetylene torch. I'm not that noob, but. So you're turning water plus calcium carbide into acetylene. And then you're using acetylene to mine the lead, I think, is what I'm seeing. And then where does the slacked lime go? Back into... Slacked lime becomes lime and gravel. So you just brought up a whole bunch of calcium carbide. You're gonna be a bootstrap. Good old bootstrap. Can't get lead because you have no iron. So over here, in theory, is belt production. The problem is that we just spent literally probably like 10,000 plus iron plate making all the machines to make the green circuits. Each of those damn PCB things was like 1,500, and the all the electronics factories are like 700 to 800 iron plate. Just tons of stuff. So that causes the chests to want the iron, and when they're hogging all the iron, then there's no iron throughput. Right here. In fact, I think we should reduce how quickly those chests fill, because we're leaving that stage of the game where we need to be able to grab a couple hundred iron for pocket crafting. Like, that should go. That should go. Just go down to like one each. So that the iron throughput can actually exist. Is that lead plate in your pocket, or are you just excited to see me? Okay, so this is making... Making the lead plate. 0.6 per second. How come the fluid mining drill Mark 1 does not tell you its expected output like every other entity in the game does? Like, does it actually make enough lead ore? It looks like it's not even enough production speed to support a single stone furnace. Yeah, it keeps on failing to... Wow. Well, we should probably do this and put them into boxes, otherwise they'll shut down eventually, right? Nice, Ming. Well, again, if you could just hover over the fluid mining drill and it said, like, output. Like, a vanilla electric mining drill does tell you it's ore per second. So I'm confused why the fluid mining drill does not. Domo, I think we want to go the opposite direction. I think we want we want a lot of boilers with storage tanks so that we have steam, because steam was in short supply at some point. We need it for something. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, we used to do something a long time ago with Vanilla Factorio called hot water accumulators, where you would just basically overbuild your boilers and then store hot water and then have extra steam engines so that you could basically go through the night in vanilla without any actual accumulators. Supercharge your steam power at night, basically. That worked quite well. Yeah, coal dust into fuel is kind of, I think, like a... not a mistake, but it's like a temporary thing. We're probably not meant to do that forever. Surely it can be turned into something better. We just didn't have any use for it at the start, and so we put it on the fuel line. Ming, I think we're going to need a little bit more lead plate production than that. There's not very many. I have 21. It's only made 21. 30-ish, maybe. Erkovic, if you need fish, I'll bring them to you. I've got 200... 180 in my pocket. I'll just bring them to you right now. I went fishing earlier. Whoops. I'm curious, what happens if you try to drive a car over hazard concrete? Does the car, like, instantly slow down because you're on hazard concrete? Oh my god, it does! Holy crap, you can't drive a car! It won't let you drive the car on hazard concrete. Like, I can't go backwards or forward. I'm incapable. Yeah. That completely changes the use case for it. We could actually build highways and, like, roads where people could drive cars knowing that they will not be able to damage the base. Because if they accidentally path off, it'll just stop them. And then you have to hop out and grab your car. And then get it off. Watch, I'll demonstrate again. Like, I'm over here, hop in here, put some fuel in. And, you know. If I'm at the very edge, I can, like, turn around, but if I try to go across... stop. You get 2 blocks in and you can't move. Sorry, you wanted the fish, right? You gotta take them? Yeah, you got them. Okay. What if it's only 1 tile wide? Good question. Great question. One tile wide, I can drive through. I'm doing it right here, right now, if you're gonna... drive through it backwards or forward, very slowly. At 1 tile wide. But again, 2 tile wide, if I do this, I can drive through, and then... ah, interesting. So, 2 tile is not wide enough, 3 tile wide. You have to be completely in the center of hazard concrete, and then you cannot move. So it's not the 2 tiles, it's the fact that I'm on the middle tile. Right, or as you can see, all of the tires are on concrete now. But I don't think it's that, actually. I think it is the two tile thing, because what? What? Yeah, Domo, that's a mod we have that's, I think, way less cheaty than Bob's adjustable inserters. Want to try driving that one? Okay. Oh, I have to actually build it, don't I? Ramming speed. Well, my argument for it being the center tile being the factor is that I think if I were to drive this car, I can get all 4 tires on it. Right there. Would you agree that all 4 tires are on the concrete? And yet I can still move. I don't think it's about the tires. It's about the center point of the car entity. If the center point of the car entity is on pure hazard concrete, then it stops. You think we're overfishing the fish? I don't think fish reproduce. Erkovic has all the fish. I gave him like 180 a second ago. And I have personally taken every single fish out of that damn pond down by Purcell. So... yeah, it could be. It could be. Honestly, I have Magi. It could be an accidentally cool thing. Accidentally great feature. Like, oh. This isn't a big deal, but... I don't know. Let's see. Ashnitz or Jaleo. When doing pipes, if you wouldn't mind, like, make the turn junction the part where the pipes are closer together, and then make them all lined up universally so that people can drive cars and tanks and stuff a lot easier. Versus doing the thing where they're all kind of different distances. Because, like, right now I'm like a landmine. Like a landmine field, you know? Yeah, Ming, sure. Take it. Feel free. Is it affected by a speed bonus from fuel? There is no fuel that I've found that we have unlocked yet that actually increases vehicle speed, except for fish, and you can't use fish in a car for some reason. And I did test it. It is true that refined concrete will increase max vehicle speed and vehicle acceleration. Like, the car will go a lot faster on this 350% walk speed refined concrete. I don't even know how I got on this topic, but that's a pretty cool find. I like it. So I think that there is a use case scenario, multiple now, use case scenarios for refined concrete. Sorry, hazard concrete. And still, literally none use case scenario for refined hazard concrete. Because they both reduce speed by 50%. Yeah, walking speed 50, walking speed 50. Like, they just look slightly different, but they don't do anything any different from each other. Oh god, I love that. That was awesome. I love just like running down the little highway and like someone else goes in the opposite direction. I also love how we like worked so hard to make splitters, and now they're all just still sitting here doing nothing. But look, splitters! We have them! Yay! Ooh-wee, splitters. Oh, yep, you're right. I'm sorry, I was wrong. We're using a splitter. They're splitting so hard. Aw, they're gone. Now I miss it. Now I miss the splitter. The splitter display. Look at how cool we are with our splitters. Seriously though, the 350% run speed refined concrete is such a great decision, I think, for this mod pack, like as a concept. They've stated that a mega base is not optional, and giving you early game, or quote unquote early game tools to make the mega base not feel so goddamn annoying is really wise, I think. The fact that we can run across this entire massive huge thing, which doesn't even seem that big of a factory yet, to me, but like, a big part of that is because I can run across the whole damn thing at 350%. There's still a mod. There's a mod, Thiefy, I remember, called, Cardinal Directions or something. And it was configurable, so you could make it so that the car... no, vehicle snap. Or snap to... alignment snap, or snap to align, something like that. Basically, the vehicle would, like, try to snap to cardinal directions, or 12.5 degrees, or whatever. Which made it a lot easier to drive straight. Which is the important thing when you're trying to follow a road. Most roads are straight. Well, maybe not in real life. Why is there oh, that is a lot of ash. Why is there so much ash on this copper belt? We need some damn faster inserters at some point, jeez. Taking ash from the mine. Oh, I see. So the copper base, the copper supply was likely building up a massive stockpile of ash with no ash output, and now it's trying to offload it all at once. Is that why? Or something? To me, that sort of sounds like a manual fix. Like, just go grab all the stuff and then dump the ash into a... We should just have like a big-ass ash pit somewhere. That we just can, like... From huge distances away, if necessary, just... player inventory, pocket send huge amounts of ash. And then have it get processed by ash processing. Yes, indeed. I believe you're correct. What I think I just said is that I think it's time that we build a nice little ash hole. I mean big. A big ash hole. The biggest ash hole you've ever seen. It's so silly. Because, like, this is our ash processing area here, for the most part. I see it's wired a little bit now. What are these wires doing? Interesting. So it's attempting to ash process off the belt first, and then they are allowed to dump ash from boxes in only if the contents of the machine are less than 5. So basically it's a prioritization setup so that the inserters from the belt have priority over the inserters from the boxes. So yeah, this is like pretty perfect, except this is not a very big ash hole. And I feel like our ash hole should be just immense. You should be able to put your ash anywhere and the ash will just get put into the ash hole. That's all I have to say about that. We don't have warehouses though, so that's like the big, like well, we do have even distribution. So if you wanted to, yeah, like I'm walking around with 1077 ash on me. If you wanted to, you can just run by and do this, and it will evenly split them. But, or actually, it'll, in my case, it will try to balance out the inventories, which is even better. But it's actually quite nice when you have a warehouse and you can just dump it all into one big structure. We get tons of different types of storage tanks. Do we eventually get bigger chests, or is that not a thing with Pyanodon? Nice. This is a great use of some of our first splitters, honestly. I'm not being sarcastic. Like, load balancing the ash so that ash doesn't become a problem is smart. I like it a lot. Thank you, sir. Or madam. As a note, that's not a 4-to-4 balancer. Here it is. Oh, no it's not. It's missing a splitter. Yep, you're right. It's wrong. 4-to-4 balancer is... I could build it if I needed to, but yeah. You need another splitter right there. Right before these two. Bonakeg is correct. Surprised that I didn't notice that right away. Well, I don't have any splitters, so Jaleo, you'll have to come back if you still have any. We just need one more to fix that, but... Search for warehouse? You guys with your damn intelligence. Always thinking about things. There's a mod called, or there's a tech called warehousing that unlocks the shed, the storehouse, the warehouse, and the deposit. For those who really need space. 800 storage size. It's perfect. We need to deposit the ash into our ash hole. Into the deposit. We need to build a deposit. Clearly. kind of curious. I want to look at this and try to like, I know when I build them that this is the right way, but I want to like actually visualize it. Like, why is that splitter important? And the reason is, check throughput of each belt. So, can this belt on the left, right here, can this belt get to that belt? Is it possible? It can go through this splitter, and then it will go through here, go through that splitter, and then go through there and go through that splitter. So yes, it can. This one goes through that splitter, can go through that splitter, goes through that splitter. This one can go through that splitter, go through that splitter, get on this side, go through that splitter. So all three belts can get to that belt. But it's not just can they get there, it's also the ratio of, or percentage, right? There's a reason why I have a blueprint book for this crap. Like, if I ever have to sit down and build an 8 to 7 balancer, I am not going to figure it out. If you ever have 8 belts and you want to evenly distribute their outputs down to 7, this is the build. This is not the only build. You could build it differently. But basically, this is, over years of Factorio existing, the community consensus smallest blueprint 8 to 7 balancer. And, thank you, community. I don't think my brain's big enough. One of the things that I was doing before Christmas is joining random multiplayer Factorios servers. I did that for a few nights, just like playing for a few hours on a bunch of different servers, and it was interesting seeing all the different blueprints that people had and all the different types of mods and mod packs that are out there. There's some crazy cool shit that people have made, different planets, and there's like this one gold planet thing that's like the whole planet's based on gold. There's a bunch of like tower defense style maps. There's player versus player maps. There's a lot of cool stuff that people have made. But my point is that usually I would try to join the servers that were mostly vanilla and people were just like playing for the first time and like wanting help, and like it was a community thing and we would like all work together. It was interesting seeing how people would fight. They would fight over the concept of like ore supply and processing. Like just talking, not even about like anything past the smelting process. Just if you were trying to build a smelting column and smelting ores, and someone else, a random person, had just built their column, they would be defensive of any ore input that they had. So if they had an ore feed of, say, iron ore, and you tried to tap into their iron ore, they would, like, delete your shit, and it was my ore. Even though it's a teamwork game, and it's all going to the same place eventually, they would, like, get mad about it. And I got into the habit of, like, building these pretty complex pre-merge, pre-splitter type things that were, like, I would have it 98% built. 98% built. And then all I had to do was very quickly build like 7 or 8 more belts, and suddenly my balancer before the ore inputs, before the entire furnace column array, and the iron ore into iron plate load balancer after would also come online, like instantaneously. And it was just ridiculous how much better everything worked, because suddenly, if you stop trying to hoard the input to your one column and just like balance it all and then load balance the inputs, whether it's a 5 to 4 or a 5 to 3 or a 3 to 7 or whatever, like it's so dumb how people got defensive over their build. Because you'd always get players. I saw a lot of players who would like, they would pull off an iron ore belt to their own special furnace column, and then they would dead end it into yellow belt or red belt production. And then if anyone ever fought them or tried to like destroy or like merge that build into the build that everyone else was using, they would like get mad. And it's like, dude, no, wrong. I'm surprised you've never seen it. I can imagine if you're playing with people that that you know, or random people that, I don't know, are vouched for, that you wouldn't see it, but I saw it quite a bit, Speculatius. Some guy takes stuff from your belt, ruining your ratios. Right, but ratios don't matter when iron ore supply is low. And the whole factory needs iron. And that's why you load balance. Ah. Oh yeah, Domo, you gotta be really careful with that in multiplayer, because some players are diehard belt weavers, and other players hate the concept. Personally, I kind of hate the concept, but also understand the utility, so I'm like in between. But yeah, it's frustrating when you build a very finely tuned blueprint that requires belt weaving to work, and someone upgrade planners it. Yeah, like, I'm not complaining. I don't want anyone in the game right now to think that I'm, like, getting on your case. Like, if this is something you built, I'm not looking for your name. I'm not trying to, like, call anyone out. But, like, from my perspective right now, we have a copper smelter set up over here. We've got some iron here. There's copper here. There's iron over here. So we've got all this disjointed processing, which means that we're bound to have, guaranteed, I would argue, to have, over the next few hours, 3 to 4 crises. The first crisis is going to be that the initial ore supplies for these things run out, and then we've got this build that's dysfunctional. And then maybe we'll feed in a new ore supply, or maybe we won't. But then you've also got the fact that they're separated, meaning that they're not balanced. You're not going to have equal distribution of iron ore or equal distribution of copper plate or copper ore coming in to load balance all of these furnace columns. So if we're going to keep playing, and again, I know that I'm not judging, I'm not like trying to call anyone out, the reason that we're in this position is because we were bootstrapping, right? Like, we were doing the thing. HyperKitty built this awesome iron processing thing way over to the east, which is great. We have the resources that we have because of all the things that people have built. But eventually, the initial resources will run out, and so I would gladly argue with anyone about the concept of an ore processing area, a smelting column setup that is universal, can take input from anywhere, and it's balanced, meaning that the ore coming off the trains is balanced between the furnace columns, will always be the better long-term option. And I'm not saying we have to do that right now, and again, I'm not saying we messed up. It's just that, like, some people in multiplayer lobbies I was talking about earlier, it's like they want to defend their setup. They want to defend, now this is the way I built it. I built it this way, so my column is better. And that's not a great way to play multiplayer. Like, it doesn't... Like, I got into the habit pretty early on in that brief, like, couple nights that I was doing it, of trying to set it up so that any kind of furnace column that was being built could be expanded endlessly in one direction or another. And that every time we added in a new input, you rebalance the balancer. So if you had a 4-to-4 balancer and four smelting columns, and then someone's like, we need more iron, so they add a 5th smelting column, well, if you still only have 4 iron ore inputs, you now need to convert it to a 4-to-5 balancer, or you need to go get another supply of iron and then make it a 5-to-5 balancer. But, like, just leaving it, I don't know, like, the balancing is a big deal, I think. I'm kind of... Pancake's yelling at me. He's yelling at me and get me distracted. I say all that and we just unlocked splitters. So again, it's not like we had any option to balance the ore. So I hope I didn't offend anyone in the game. It's not my intent. Using compression. What do you mean by that, Benekeg? Are you talking about using, like, red belts into multiple yellow belt processing columns, or are we talking about having more processing than needed over, like, making longer columns that can eventually be upgraded to much higher? Priority splitters to merge. I see. So rather than balancing the load across 4 smelting columns, you would want to prioritize smelting processing to the first column, followed by the second, followed by the third. There's an argument for that, sure, but slight argument against it. What happens when the 4th column is the one that someone built that's dedicated for steel? And then someone else comes in with a great idea of prioritizing smelting columns, and now all of the iron ore is going towards 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and none is going towards steel. Yeah, so if you have 6 coming in... But when's the last time someone ran off really far away and tapped an iron ore? An iron mine? Aside from HyperKitty. I'm a little bit lost. Where am I? I don't think I have a blueprint of my, the full smelting thing that I built in the solo campaign before The very last stream I had for last year was solo Factorio for like 12 hours or something, probably 8 hours, I don't remember. And I severely overestimated how much resources Talkmore's bootstrap base was going to make, and I set out to build this massive 16 by 16, I think it was, furnace, smelting, and balancing array, and it was beautiful, but way too many resources to actually get built in a reasonable time frame. I did finish it off camera, off stream, and play that base for a few hours, but it just looks different, I think, when you have a well-planned 8 to 8, 16 to 16, 32 by 32, like massive furnace setup. There's a different style to the organization that's very apparent. Alright, well, Pi Science Pack 1 is the next major hurdle. We don't have any Formica coming in because there's no sap, or very low sap. There's no sap because we're getting 0.2 a second and it wants 1 per second. So this whole thing is operating at like 20% throughput. It looks like. Yeah, we're only making 0.1 per mica per second. Pretty clearly you can see here we have sap productions at 0.183 with a demand of 1. We're 17.8 sap machines light. So you're bootstrapping. Alright, so what I heard then is that Ming just signed up for automating Science Pack 1. Perfectly ratioed. Got it. Somebody write that down. What was I looking at before? I forgot. Slash quit to desktop. I do think we should maybe revisit if we're gonna have this many players show up on a consistent basis. I mean, if there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 11 to 12 people, we should become more familiar with the to-do list and use it, like, so that we don't have that issue like HyperKitty almost ran into, where suddenly 3, 4, 5 people are all working on power at the same time and we don't know that that's happening. This is very easy to swing huge direction, you know? No, we don't need that. I don't want to research. No, research cost multiplier? No thanks. No, not gonna do that. Nuh-uh. This just wants iron. Do we have an iron belt? Just need iron there. I don't have a splitter, nor can I make one. And there's a full belt of iron. No solar because no iron. Perfect, okay. Alright, and then, oh, that's what I was looking for. Right, okay, for the last time, someone picked this Moondrop upgrade. Did we finish the poll? Alright, 58% said Tur Upgrade 1. The Copper Edition. So, if we're gonna do that, which I think we should, because, yeah, that means that all sources of moon drop production right now are going to instantly turn off, I think. I'm pretty sure we lose access to the base recipe. So we need a copper ore feed. Hi there, hello. Talk more. Yes, we forgot again. Alright, I'm making a splitter as soon as I get at least a little bit of there. The only thing stopping circuit production was a lack of iron, which is hilarious. Out of all of the possible products that it could not have enough of, it was iron plate. Now the only thing stopping it is, again, still iron plate, but I've disconnected iron from HyperKitty's iron supply. So until we run into that issue I discussed where iron supply gets reduced because the HyperKitty iron mine is depleted and it's not been split or balanced or merged in with any other source of iron, and suddenly everyone wonders why we have no circuits. Well, that'll be why. Oh, actually now it's not the iron, it's the lead plate. There's no lead plate. No lead plate. Is there no lead plate because I was with Ming at the time. We set up some lead plate local smelting, but did that ever get belted back down? Yeah, I have a feeling that it's just all in chests right up here. Oh no, it is belted. And it is pretty much one fluid mining drill to one stone furnace for lead plate production. So that is not a lot of lead. Someone merged it onto the tin belt. Okay. Well, that's gonna cause some issues. The whole build that I did in the sandbox assumes that all of the belts are pure. There are no hybrid belts. Because of that exact reason, like low throughput / confusion / whatever, like this is supposed to be its own belt, right? It's fine if you want to put the ash on there and then run these belts through like an ash separator first. But like if it's running straight into the Okay, so that's where there's lead. I see lead. Puts it all in these. We should try to be more uniform about that too. Like, either filter the ash out always, or filter the ash out never, but like, doing it sometimes and other times not, is just gonna cause issues. Okay, so yeah, no, some Ashnets did do, infiltration down here, but... yeah, ultimately, I think we just don't actually have enough lead production. It's only 0.2 a second. And we need to support just the single chip shooter. We need 2 lead plate per second. So the build you've done up there, Ming, not that you failed in any way. So that needs to be 5 times bigger. This thing. To support 1 chip shooter. Just the single chip shooter we have needs 5 times as much lead as we're currently getting. Well, 10 times as much as what's actually being smelted, but 5 times as many mining machines. We need 20 mining machines. How kind of you to volunteer? No, I'm delegating. I'm delegating right here. I'm not gonna... Alright, so where are we at with this copper decision then? Like, I don't want to break the base. Is there copper ore on a belt anywhere? Yes. 2 full belts of copper coming in. So, these copper belts way over here, at least one of them needs to get routed to the moondrop production. Because we're about to take an upgrade, quote unquote. That's gonna quadruple moondrop production and simplify future recipes for moondrops. But now I'm wondering, do we need quadruple moondrops? Because the actual shortfall on Formica production is not moondrops. It's not the formaldehyde. It's the sap. But, oh, did somebody took it? No, I accidentally typed up here, that's fine. I really, really strongly believe that the simplification of this recipe is going to be more valuable long term. Not to mention we did a poll. Simplifying a tier 5 recipe seems really useful. Just want to remind everyone that the very first day, the first session, the stream title was, "Oh my god, what have we signed up for?" Or something to that effect. And, well, instead it was going to be easy, Princess Luna. Perfect. Nice. It gets much worse. Goody. Okay, so you said that there's more copper coming in from where now? Wow. The amount of distant, like, belting that's happening is increasing. Someone just said bringing more in from the south in a second too, Bonakeg. Where have you been working, Bonakeg? Is that this deposit down here? Is that not actually merged in yet? It looks like it's the primary supply. Oh, you're getting a third belt going online. Nice. Okay, so if we can get like a 3-to-2 or a 3-to-3 splitter balancer and then like pull off some of that towards the moon drops, then I'm happy with clicking that button. I think we should. Whoopsie. Oh no, the moon drop production stopped. Someone's gonna have to fix it. Look, it just don't work anymore. It's broke. It needs copper. I can hand feed it some copper. Coke just died. Why would Coke die? Coke was being made with gasoline, aromatics, gasoline, light oil. That thing's not even hooked up. But it's done 241 products. So it is hooked up. There's steam shortage again? Is that it? God, what are all these goddamn fluids? Coal gas is full. Gosh, just trying to stack trace the problem is... Yeah, also, just want to point out, we have 166,000 aromatics. So either some sort of limiter on that, or just be aware that it's happening. I want to read the description of tailings ponds again. In the Pyanodon Codex. In case it wasn't made clear. The tailings pond is a huge open-air fluid storage solution that can hold 1 million fluid units. It has several different mechanisms depending on whether you put a gas or liquid in it. This destroys the atmosphere, creates pollution, etc., etc. Liquids such as fluid tar are stored in the pond until the tailings pond is full. Once the pond reaches the threshold, the pond overflows, destroying the fluid and creating rings of highly flammable pollution tiles in the affected area. Now, I don't know if that means that they're actually on fire, but it says highly flammable. But it also destroys the fluid. So my interpretation of that is that if any of these tailings ponds ever actually reach 1 million, we lose 1 million fluid. That's the way I interpret that. Once the pond reaches the threshold, and the pond overflows, I guess you could read it as only the overflow. You could read it that way. Not clear. Once the pond reaches the threshold, the pond overflows, destroying the fluid. The fluid could mean all of the fluid, because we were just talking about it, or it could mean the fluid that overflowed. Yeah, perhaps I misread it the other time. Princess was working on seaweed. I think it's right here. I managed to mine like 80 full seaweed from the bay. It's not going into a chest though, what? It just caps with no box? No box? What kind of bootstrapper are you? Luna? Princess Luna? Should have a whole box of seaweed by now. Hyper Kitty, that power upgrade you did is not working out great. Sorry. The more beers I drink, the more shit I might talk. I was joking, because you were offering to go work on power, and then... Yeah, but still funny. Funny. I find it funny. I gave away like 200 fish, nearly, to, who was it? It was Erkovic. Erkovic, do you still have all those fish, or did you upgrade power with them? Because, oh yeah, you did. Wow, you like doubled the fish, tripled the fish, quadrupled. Jesus, that's a lot of fish. And yet we still don't have any power. What the hell is taking so much damn power? 38 jaw crushers. 12 high-powered, high-pressure furnaces. 10 advanced foundries. That sounds like... That sounds like this over here. That sounds like... HyperKitty, you are consuming all of the power of this factory. Yeah, you got 20 jaw crushers over here. You have half of the jaw crushers in the entire base. Iron's not that important. Kind of important. Do we have more power options yet? Like, maybe we need to... Maybe we're missing something. Maybe we're supposed to be doing other power. Not just wind, not just, steam. Nice. Oh, yeah, okay, so you're doing like a steam hot water accumulator type thing. Steam accumulator. No, you don't need to worry. We're gonna have science too. Ming just... I saw it. You guys all saw it. I was here. Ming said, I'm doing the build for Science 2. He was like, I'm gonna automate Science 2 for us. Permanently. It'll be great, you'll see. That's what I heard him say. Pretty sure. Whoa. That was fast. Listen, I barely spend any of the iron on concrete. I mean, if I spent iron on concrete, you would know. There are only a couple of tiny little paths. I've been very, inverse of liberal. I've not made very many. Look, we don't even have any. Because there are no iron sticks. Because this is still manually fed. Nice. See? It's manually fed, Thiefy. Manually. That means that I'm not wasting all the iron. Yes, I made the diagonal path. Back when I was first tapping... I don't even remember. What is down there, anyway? This is before we even knew that, like, paths got higher movement speed than vanilla. Yeah, I ran the electrical power diagonal and the path diagonal. And I think it looks pretty. Damn ugly. Hehe. There's iron ore right here. We're still surviving on this single crystal mine. Well, I'm pretty sure that I heard General Ming say that he was going to get, what are they called? Land routes? Land caravans. Shift, Alt, click. Shift, Alt, click. He was about to make caravans. Entity Caravan is a living, organic logistics creature with 30 inventory slots and a programmable schedule similar to a locomotive. It utilizes the biter pathing AI, which means that it's basically the exact same thing from AAI programmable vehicles. The Caravan requires food to function. Caravan consumes food for every destination, or when transferring items, with different types of food providing a different number of actions. Caravans cannot be killed by trains or biters. Okay, there's an entity aerial caravan, so that does confirm that caravans are going to be ground-based walking units or something. How does one make? Give. I want one. Make it happen. How do we do it? Caravan. What do we build first? Okay, we build a caravan. I feel like we have none of these things. Maybe saline water. Where do we get the DNA? We need biosample. Oh, that's easy. It's just native flora. Yeah, we're gonna make the cows out of the flowers. Makes sense. Biocontainer. Biocontainer just needs titanium plate. Do we have titanium plate? I don't think we do. I saw that we got the achievement for titanium plate though. Was that because someone made a couple down there? Or because somebody built it in the sandbox mode? Yeah, I see the gasifier evaporator. We are mining the tiniest little bit of titanium ore. Okay, well it doesn't take very many. Look, caravan. To build one caravan, all we need are 10 biosamples. To build 10 biosamples, all we need are 10 biocontainers, and each biocontainer only needs 2 titanium plate. So we need 20 titanium plate to make a caravan. Put the chain for the caravan in factory planner. Leafy, I might only be 2.5 beers in, but I know what you're trying to do. I see through you. I am not signing up for this. I'm not figuring this out right now. That is someone else's job. That is Ming's job. Ming said he was going to do it. I heard him. He was like, I've got this. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. You all heard him. I heard him. You can help if we had circuits? Help what? We do have circuits. Circuits are made right here into the box. Everything for circuits is theoretically automated now. I do think that it is limited right now heavily by sap. We have about 20% of the sap requirement to support that one chip shooter, and we have about 20% of the lead up there. Fluid minor smelting. That's the problem. We don't have enough lead or sap to support the chip shooter. But look right now, look. If you look right there, there's some chips in there. We have circuits. Not many. You need 30? Well, I have none. Ask Ming. What in the spaghetti? Yep. We agreed, I think, on session 1, actually, that we just weren't going to judge or worry about spaghetti. This is the type of mod pack where we just don't know what we don't know. And, spaghetti's going to happen. A lot. It's fine. It's not okay. It's fine, though. Oh, I have no fuel. Nice. No, I'll be playing EU5. Again. I took a little break over the holidays, but it'll mostly be on YouTube. I've seen you play this game for years. How many hours do I have? On Steam, I'm at 2,000 almost, 1,900. If I had to guess, because of how many different builds that I played before Factorio was actually released, if you were to factor in all of the different campaigns I did with Steejo, Lambert, I mean, heck, I played Factorio with... I feel like I played with Quill. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't think I did. B? What was his name? B something? Not Benji. I played a lot. I played with Shen. Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of, like, like, a couple 100-hour campaigns in multiplayer with them, and each of them were on a different build. I'd probably have at least, like, another 1,000 to 2,000, maybe more, on pre-release builds. So nowhere near EU5. Sorry, EU4. But, probably between, like, 3 and 5. Somewhere in there, I don't know. By the way, we have absolutely no lead. Because... who did this? Alright, who did it? Jaleo Ashnitz. One of you two. One of you two upgraded, quote-unquote, the lead production. And when you did, you, forgot to reconnect the water. No. Wrong. Bad. It doesn't need water. What happened is... what happened is that Ming built a tiny bit of acetylene production, and then the acetylene supply got rerouted. Is this supposed to have acetylene in it? I see. Okay, it's connected through these. So why is water even still here? We don't use water up here, apparently. This water is not necessary and is confusing. Because we have elsewhere acetylene. Sorry if I jumped the gun. Well, all I'm doing then is I'm trying to point out that there is none. We have none lead. Therefore, no circuits. Also, these beers are strong. Beer. Shred guy. Yeah, I kind of regret that. I kind of regret the fact that, like, a lot of the hours that we did play, that I played for YouTube and for everything else, You know, we could actually get a pretty easy approximation. It wouldn't be that hard to search on YouTube for all of my factorial playlists, and the playlists will have a video count. And we know that for a long time, for like 5-6 years, every video I recorded was 15 to 20 minutes, almost always 20 minutes or so. And then you could approximate that 20-minute multiplier against the number of episodes in each playlist, or even just take an even broader estimate and say that, like, out of the 12-ish thousand videos I've put on YouTube, 20 to 30% maybe were factorial. And then those, some percent were pre-release and some percent were post, but most were pre. And then multiply that against the base 20 minutes. You could probably figure it out. You ever heard, there's a thing that comes to mind. I remember learning this either in college or in stats class in high school, AP stats. It was a thought experiment. It was something like, how many pizzas does Chicago consume a day? And the whole point of the exercise was to illustrate that with pretty generous but rough estimates, you can get surprisingly close to accurate to the actual number if you just do the statistical analysis of it. Like, you know, how many days a week does the average person eat pizza? And when they do, how many slices do they eat? And how many people live in Chicago? And then just multiply those numbers together, and it's surprisingly close to accurate, within a certain number of standard deviations. Because math is fun. Well, we have officially been going for 4 hours, 44 minutes. Which is more than 4. However, I'm pleased by the number of people in the game and having a good time. So long as no one minds if I just stop working as hard and just drink more beer, we'll keep playing. Hang out. But I'm not doing it, Thiefy. You can't make me. I'm not gonna do what I did at the start of the session. I'm not going to factory planner caravans. That's for tomorrow. I'll factory planner it tomorrow if no one else does it tonight, but... Whose car is that? Last user a Roomba. I didn't get in there, did I? It's not my car, is it? No, I have a car. I don't know whose car that is. Not mine. Thiefy's such a great moderator. He's so manipulative. If you do it, you can tell other people to do specific parts. I see what you're trying to say. And we would be the boss man. Tell people to do. By the way, did the... Ow. Ow! That hurt! Did anyone fix Moondrop production? I just want to double check that actually happened. Like, we're actually giving it copper ore. Almost. Almost. Benekeg got it 99% of the way there. And then... and then stopped. It stops right here. Alright, so we can probably do this. That one wants copper, this one wants copper. And then just route it back over. Kinda awkward though. This machine's goddamn huge. They're all so big. That's what she said. Like, how do we even get it on the other side? Jesus. Yeah, I'm not seeing an easy way to get it to that second machine up there. This one. Because the machines, this machine right to the right here, Domo, is too big to actually get under. You can't go under it with yellow belt. It puts the spaghetti in the basket. No, he's got it. He's got it. Here, just do this. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Easy. It's beautiful. It's the best. They should put this on the Factorio start screen. Delicious spaghetti. I thought Princess was on SAP. Princess, weren't you doing SAP? You asked about SAP. Okay, yeah. This is where, look, here, I'll demonstrate and we can learn, okay? So click, add new task, SAP production, assignee, Princess Luna, Dave. And then, if anyone wants to know, like, is someone on SAP production, you just click the very top left. Yes. Easy. Easy peasy. And when it's done, then you click the done button. Supervise all the things, is Ming. Great care. No, yeah, that's done. I did it. It's over. I made caravans. I'll do that tomorrow. Can I make a Kanban? Kanban makes me think of Bunkai, because the letters, when you completely reorganize them into something else, it's almost like the same word. And that makes me want to watch Bleach. Not going to, but I want to. Pancake, why are you yelling at me? What? Goki shaped. Welcome to the game. First time seeing your name. Glad to have you here. The base is a mess, but it's delicious. It's full of spaghetti. Things are being done. We have roads you can run on. They're fun. He left the game. Fuck. I can't read. Reading is hard. What can I say? You know, Ming, something about your science build still seems like it doesn't run. Nearly what it's, like, theoretically capable. Like, what? Why are there so many that are not running ever? $18.78, $14.91, $12.78, $4.90, $2.25. The last two machines have made less than half of what the first three. Yeah, it needs three flower inputs per second. Three inserters on flowers. Where are the flowers? Wait, where are all the flowers? There are no flowers in the belt. Flowers are gone. Look at that. No flowers. Why no flowers? Stack trace, go. Look at how many people. Everyone, quickly, look at the flowers. Stack trace. Alright, now everyone work on flowers. Until we have absolutely way too many flowers. It'll be perfect. Oh wow. It's actually a good thing that we like looked at this right now. So there are two floor collectors, and one has 110,000, the other one has 2.8k. So if no one had noticed, thank you, Aruba. Then very, very soon, half of our flora production would just be gone, and everyone would be like, "Where's all the flowers?" Or something. It would have been very sad. Yeah, no worries, Cookie Shaped. I wasn't giving you a hard time for leaving. I just can't read and I didn't notice when you joined though, so I meant to have said hello when you first connected. You're welcome to come back anytime. What's the build that you left finished, if you can give us the cliff notes? What are you working on? What was being worked on? This? Multiple destructive distillations. A coke manufactory? Alright. I will add that as a task, and if assume control of cookie shaped Western coke production. So if you come back, either, you know, next session or whatever, hopefully that doesn't just get forgotten, you know, because that can happen. But it's a good idea. We need a lot more coke. No, Thiefy. No, there's not. There's definitely not. No one saw that. I've already discussed it. I'm not going to do that until tomorrow. Does it show who's responsible? Set up production for caravans which require ... something. It does not show who created it. Sneaky. Ah. You use the restroom again, sorry. Yeah, Ming, that is a pretty good, pretty compelling argument. I made a slaughterhouse. Where do I start where do we want to start tampering with genetic manipulation? All I know is that somehow we're gonna turn flowers into cows. Like, literally. Like, we're gonna turn flowers into biosamples, into vrocs, and vrocs are basically cows that make methane. They fart into making methane, which we can then use to make splitters. Because methane is necessary to make formaldehyde, and formaldehyde is necessary to make formica, and formica is a necessary component in circuits, and circuits are required to make splitters. So it's true, without question then, that flowers equal cow farts equal splitters. Well, F and formic acid and formaldehyde have the same letter. You know I can't read. I'm happy. I'm actually really happy with our progress today. I'm quite pleased with the amount of work people have done with taking these like really distant outposts, pre-train, pre-anything, and like turning it into actual stuff. Like look at this, Jesus, wow. Although that does seem to dead end. Is this one even hooked up? They got fuel, but does it go anywhere? I don't think it does. But that's a perfect use case for a caravan. A caravan could go out there, grab all the iron ore and haul it back before we have trains. Yeah, and then we got, I mean, it's not much, but look. As I look right now, there are 3 circuits. My entire goal today was to make it so that green circuit production was automated. And there were green circuits in the box. And some asshole ran by and grabbed them. Some ashnits. Just giving you a hard time. We need more formica. Formica, it's either lead or it's the, whoa, actually. It might not be the formica now. Sorry, not the lead or the sap. It might actually be the formica producer. So total, yeah, we need 0.5 formica per second, which means we need 5x pulp mill. That machine times 5. And we probably still need lead and sap, but to actually support one chip shooter, we need 5 times that formica production. 5 pulp mills. So it's a good thing we settled on just one chip shooter, because it is, it's a lot just to support a single chip shooter. Yeah, that makes sense, Thiefy. Well, it did say something in the codex about caravans. I saw it. The caravan requires food to function. The caravan consumes food for every destination or when transferring with different food types, providing a different number of actions. It does sound like fish probably increase caravan speed. That is probably why fish increase vehicle speed. Because if we really broke it down to its base, the animals are not animals. The animals are machines. They're flying robots, right? Just reskinned, probably with a new look to them. And they use biter movement logic. But ultimately they are considered a vehicle. Well, if they're a vehicle, I guess they're not a flying robot. That's different. Yeah, they're probably coded like a... They're probably coded like a car or a tank, except their fuel is not allowed to be coal, it must be biofuel. But because they're still technically a vehicle, the vehicle speed and acceleration modifiers probably still work. I think it's gonna be that way. But, I have a new conclusion. I've already shown and demonstrated how on this 350% movement speed road, cars can go faster, not only in acceleration, but also in their max speed. So, if Vrox are technically a vehicle, and a car is a vehicle, logically, Vrox will go faster on this highway. The car can usually only go like 103. I'm at 160. I destroyed a furnace. I can't replace it, so I'm just gonna walk away and pretend that it didn't happen. Hope no one notices. We're gonna want to plan out caravan routes. Did you? What are you talking about? I didn't hit anything. Bullshit. Yeah, something like that, Martin Luther. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I should place some hazard concrete down next to that furnace column. It's a good point. I do have a bunch in my inventory. So what you're saying is we need more cow farts. Wait, it needs to be 3 wide. I think I only did 2. No, that's 3. Alright, for testing's sake, talk more. Stand right over there. Right at the very end. Just past the, you know, the concrete. The hazard concrete. Just try. Don't worry, I'm only speeding toward you at 150, 140 kph. Yeah. Oh. You see? It worked. It's pretty cool. Why'd you give me so much fish? Oh, you put it in the car. No, you didn't. What happened? I saw a whole bunch of fish words, and then... Did you take them back? You've been out collecting fish. Well, that's honestly, actually, like a really useful feature there just now. I can even imagine having, like, 2 lanes of traffic? So that players could drive their car down the road, knowing that they're on the correct side and not run into someone else going the opposite direction. And then, if you did accidentally get to the very end, it would just auto-stop you. Pretty convenient. Could be. Base is getting big. It still takes a solid like 20 seconds, 30 seconds just to get across. Yeah, you would need a sidewalk too. Correct. Yeah. For people without cars. The plebs. The filthy plebs with their lack of vehicles. Seriously, how are there only like 2 or 3 cars? Like, how come no one else has like taken the time to build their own car? They're not that hard. You can build them in your pocket. You can handcraft an engine. You just do this a lot, like car, and suddenly vehicle. You can drive? Can't drive. I heard some good dad jokes today, but I can't remember them. I'm really, really bad at things like that. I'm bad at memorizing names. I'm bad at memorizing... exact quotes from movies. Some people are that way, you know? Like, they can watch a movie a couple times and then, like, perfectly parrot back the funniest parts. One of my bosses used to be that way. I envied that ability. He was very, very funny. Funny guy. I can't do that. I also can't remember jokes for shit. I just can't. You know? I can't. How much pi science per second? Well, that's a General Ming type problem. I mean, he already said he was going to perfectly ratio it. I believe, in theory, he quoted that his initial science setup, this thing right here, is supposed to do like 1 science a second. In theory. In theory. I'm doubtful. Ignoring inserter limitations is a bold move. Cotton. Yeah, Thiefy, good point. I wonder if caravans would get stuck on 3-width hazard concrete. Because they do point to point, don't consider movement speed modifiers, and then just like path over it, and then they get slowed to 0, just like cars. That would be weird. We have yellow inserters? We do? Holy shit. Wow. Okay, but how many items per second can they move? Are they even any better? Like for real. These mechanical inserters, the first mechanical inserters we ever built, somehow magically are still working to this day. Not as fast as yellow, but like forever. With no power consumption. Not even idle drain. They just work. Like magic. In case you missed it, like, they're not burner inserters, they're mechanical inserters. They don't use power. They don't burn fuel. They just work forever. Forever. That's a pretty good... It's a pretty good return on investment. Duralumin is not as complicated, I think, as we might think. It's aluminum plate mixed with copper plate, pretty sure. I don't know that we actually make it anywhere. But, yeah, it's aluminum plate mixed with copper. We just need to make Smelter Mark 1s, and Smelter Mark 1s, I believe, required circuit boards. So, yeah, 15 titanium plate plus 5 simple circuit boards equals a Smelter Mark 1, and then you can make duralumin. We don't have quality on? Talk more? I don't know. Do we? Technically, quality is a space age feature. So, I know we have a mod that allows for, like, elevated rail. But I'm pretty sure that because this is a non-space age mod, it doesn't fully support quality. Yet. But there, from what I've heard, there are plans that they're gonna do a space age variant or something. It does work with quality, but they say it's not balanced. Well, we don't really want to make it unbalanced. I've had my fun in the past with God mods. Sorry, God modules. It's interesting. It's fun to unlock the cheat code and then suddenly have, you know, 100% productivity, 100% speed, 100% pollution reduction, 100% everything, or whatever. It sort of just sort of feels like cheating eventually. So, yeah, I'm fine with not having quality. And to be completely honest, I don't particularly like quality as a mechanic in Space Age. But that might just be because I've never actually gotten to Aquilo, and I've never gotten to the very, very late game. I've never escaped the solar system. I haven't gotten to the point where I've done a build that makes legendary everything. So, maybe that's why I don't like quality. Because my main experience with it is just trying to use it breaks everything. And, yes, it's better, but you're spending 10 to 100x as much just to get upgraded once or twice. So why bother? You have to be really late game to actually need it or want it. But I did enjoy, like, uncommon and rare quality solar panels and accumulators. Those are great. If you're gonna ship those up onto a ship, way more effective. Way more. Like 60% better, or whatever. Yeah, quality is... Nah. Think about it like this, like what if the base game of Factorio, when it was first released, what if it had dynamic crafting speed on its assembly machines? What if every assembly machine you made was a little bit better or worse than the others? What if the very first time you tried to build a green circuit setup that needed 3:2 ratio copper plate into copper coil and green circuits from copper coil and iron plate. What if every single time you did that, every time you tried to blueprint it, the ratio was wrong? Because some machines are better than others. That's how quality feels to me. Because you can't rely on it, usually, at least unless you're super late game and you can just guarantee that every single damn machine is going to be a certain quality. And so you're sort of stuck with these ratios that just sort of don't work. It's just better and simpler when you don't have it, I think. You don't use quality in your standard factory? I think that at some point you do. I mean, I've seen oh, Bentham, that was his name. I knew it started with a B. Mangled pork. Bentham. Sorry, random thought. ADHD. I watched, not Bentham, but the other guy. Nilaus. A bit, when Space Age had first come out. And he was better than the game and I was, by a lot. And he was doing some huge Megabase type stuff and showing off on some of his videos, like the quality upgraders that he had made and like some of the late game ships that he had. And I think for some people you do definitely have quality in your normal factory. Like, just depends on how late you play and how much you scale. Like, as an example, I really do like uncommon medium electric poles. I also really liked uncommon substations, because they had a exactly 20 by 20 power grid range. They're perfect. Yeah, I think that that's kind of my problem, is that rather than like trying to start from the source and make legendary ingredients, I instead tried to roll the game dice and chance into quality stuff. And that's maybe the rub, the issue. Like, because it's true, if you have legendary iron plate, legendary iron, then that means you have a 100% chance to make legendary gears, and legendary pipe, and legendary engines, and therefore you can make legendary everything. But if you're just trying to make a single epic tank, or even rare tank, and then accidentally drive it into a cliff and instantly lose everything, including your soul and your body and everything you care about, then you'll be quite sad. That hopefully hasn't ever happened to anyone. Yeah, well, my very first playthrough, I went to Volcanus first. And then I think I went to Fulgora. But I didn't stay at Fulgora very long. And then I got very unhappy in Gleba. So I didn't really get a good chance to learn Fulgora. Volcanus, I think, is by far the best planet. I love Volcanus. I love liquid metal. I love the concept of just printing fast-ass belts, like, it's great. Because, like, and I can tell you exactly why, like, I do not enjoy the phase of base Factorio where you are acquiring new mining outposts. To me, that is the least fun part of the game. I hate when my iron supply is low, and I have to personally, physically, get into a goddamn train, go and find a stupid-ass iron outpost, build it all, build walls around it, put guns in it, kill all the biters within pollution range, set up the train routes, all that shit. None of that stuff interests me. And so Volcanus solves all of that because liquid metal. Liquid metal. Instantaneous permanent ore. It's great. Northeast Ancient Beach Marsh is at 12%, depleting in 3 hours, 12 minutes. How do I go there? I tried blueprint. Oh, I totally forgot that was a thing, because we don't have any circuits. The most expensive part is the actual blueprint shotgun, right? I think it's only 5. Well, that shouldn't be too bad. No high-powered resistors. Because no tin. No tin because it was all fed by me. Whoops. There should be a tin belt somewhere. Hold on. And we have 4 machines way down there making tin. Anyone in range? Grab those. Just need to teleport that tin into the tin box at the start of the circuit thing. With teamwork, we can do it. One person, Jaleo, you got it? You got it. Jaleo, I'll open you. Okay, Banakeg, you open him. Wait, I guess only moderators can do that. Shit. Jaleo, you stand there. I got you. I got you. I will open you. Nice. Got it. Now, Princess Luna. Stand still. Stand still. Stand still. There. Now you got the tin. You put the tin in the box. See? Set up caravans. Done. That was Caravan, I think. I'm pretty sure. Honestly, I don't mind the concept of everyone being able to freely share inventories. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. The only reason that there's a difference between the people who join and the actual moderators on the server is just because we didn't want people to import blueprints from Pyanodon. We could look into that, making it so that everyone has access to other characters' inventories. So long as no one's being a dick, like, who cares, right? The 99% of the time, the use case scenario is, hey, I have some pipe, I can give it to you. Or, you know, let me give you my fish. It's not people stealing from each other, so... Oh, that reminds me. Do you remember? What was it we used to always... Oh, Stejo, Bentham, yeah, we used to do that. We used to put all the wood. I think it was the wood. We would put wood in everyone's inventory. You would, like, suddenly look up and your whole goddamn inventory was full of wood. Or something. That was fun. Miss those guys. Need iron. I have done it. Alright. I need item canisters. Alright, do I have any belt? I do. Now I'm gonna shoot the shotgun. It even makes a cute little noise. Aw, that's sweet. Dude, I love it. I think I might almost like that better than Nexula's implementation. Nanobots. I love the sound effect. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. I like it. Yeah, it's fun. I like it. Danak, hey. Yeah, you're welcome to join. Do you want to play with us? We're wrapping up soon for tonight, but we're playing 4 to 5, 4 to 8, 6 to 12 hours a day. Password's Ruby, lowercase, R-U-B-Y. But we're wrapping up pretty soon for tonight. Almost 6, so I got a date with a nice lady. Gonna watch some Outlander. He's 87. Oh, Domo, you actually know what the pollution mechanic is? See, I was confused by that, because it talks about pollution, and I was like, who gives a shit? Because there aren't biters. So why do we care about pollution? Okay, so there is a clear side effect. I knew there would be an overflow problem. Does it only happen with tar, though? Or does it happen with everything? Uh-oh. That's the wrong button. Whoops. You covered it. Well, if you can just cover up the mistake with concrete, then that's no problem, right? We've got plenty of concrete. Alright, game, could you, like, stop putting this all in front of my face? Thank you. See, look, we have absolutely no concrete. None. Because there's no iron in here. Because there's no iron. Because why not? This is all ash. I need iron. This is what happens every time. Decentralized processing. Small pieces of the factory just suddenly shut down. There's this wonderful, beautiful, instant, like, super pure feed of iron plate. And not a single piece of it can get down here to the refined concrete setup. And I'm gonna do nothing to fix it. Except for put 200 iron plate there. I have 1 circuits. I can give you one circuits. No, I can't do anything. I'm about spent. Between the cold and the 5.5 hours we've been going, I'm getting kind of tired. Well, it's like I said, I'm trying to spend more time with my mom's husband's mom, one I've been living with for almost 2 years, because she's 87 and he's never used streaming TV and never joined us in this century. So we're watching cool shows together, and I care about her. She's a nice woman. And I'm pretty sure she's gonna die soon. Don't tell her that, though. Yeah, I would think so. I would hope that she'd, well, I mean, yeah, she'd probably be bummed out. Being told that or dying? Like, what do you mean? I'm confused now. Okay, but it could still shut down, right? What you should do is add one more thing. There should also be an overflow valve slightly below it that feeds into like a coal flare stack or whatever it's called, this mod, like a dump out port. Yeah, Erkovic, thank you so much. It's great to see you every time. Like having you here. Yeah, I think I'm good for tonight. If anyone's working on something big, make it known now. And we'll all come help you wrap it up for tonight. But otherwise, yeah, let's wrap up next 5-10 minutes. Fixing zinc. Everyone look at zinc. Where's Princess Luna? Petrie. Alright. Petrie and zinc. Let's go. Those are the only 2 remaining tasks allowed. No new projects. I made a caravan. I already completed the task. Look. Look in the task list. It's gone. I caravanned items. Wow. That is quite the build, Ursel. Microorganism mines, Mark 1. Okay. I'm gonna help by removing trees. Wait, can I shotgun this? I think I can shotgun this. Hell yeah! Interesting. It even has like a different sound effect for when you're shotgunning the trees. Cool. This mod's awesome, man. I'm out of supplies. Wow. Wow, Purcell. You got a pretty big amount of ash on you. Something ashhole. Yeah, I hear that, Varkathrin. For sure. To be clear, I did work for like 7-8 years with people who were 65 plus. I met 1,500 homes worth of old people. Which doesn't seem like a huge number, but it's a lot of talking. Talking to 1,500 elderly couples about their lives and like what they care about and shit. Like, totally changed my perspective. And I know, you're 100% right, whoever said it. Old people aren't afraid of dying. They are not. That's a young person fear. Old people are usually at peace with it. They're ready. They have lived a long time seeing their best friends die, their family get sick, their family go through whatever. They're not afraid of death. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't make the most of the time we have yet with them. Right now it's kind of the highlight of my day. I like hanging out with her. She's a sweet old lady. Probably gonna have to move soon. That's the other thought you don't want to have though. Same here, Varkathrin, yeah. My grandpa was fascinating. I was way, way too young to actually, like, socialize. I had no idea how to talk to adults. I'm on the spectrum. I was barely able to talk to people my own age. So adults were just authority figures, people that you couldn't communicate with, and never got a chance to talk to them at all. Not really. Not the way I would today. I wish so hard that I could sit down with my mom's parents and my dad's parents after I had spent the time I did in insurance. If I could talk to them the way that I talked to everyone I met. Like, I don't want to, I'm not, I don't want to be arrogant, I'm not trying to brag, but like, I got to the point where I finally understood how to connect with some of these people on a way that they felt like they were 20 or 30 or 40 or whatever age they still thought they were in their head, but their bodies were just older. When you figured out like how they thought of themselves and could talk to them that way, easy as sail. I mean, it's sad, but that was my job, so I learned really, really well to figure out how they worked and what they cared about, and I just wish I could have talked to my grandparents more. Learned how they ticked. Yeah. It's actually kind of funny to me, like some of the meanest old men, especially the men in their 70s, fucking assholes, usually, to everyone. But if you could get on their level and connect to them, they were just 15, 20-year-old kids, 25 maybe, joking and playing and having fun. They'd let you in. You just had to not make them feel like you were trying to hurt them or take something from them. That's how they usually were. They were very defensive. They assumed you were there to cost them. And sometimes I did cost them money. I mean, they needed the insurance. But usually, I saved them money because everyone else was worse at their job than I was. I kind of missed that part of my life. I was really, really good at it. Oh well. But my grandpa, he was a fly fisherman. Not just a fly fisherman. He was one of the first 3 people in the entire United States that began importing bamboo from Asia. One of the most famous, most popular brand bamboo fly fishing rod crafters of the whole country. I hate fishing. Never got into it, but I learned that about him after he died. And probably could have gotten interested. He also took aerial photographs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Aerial photographer. Isn't that fascinating? They're not just older people, they're like people with this entire lived, rich experience. We just don't know. Because we've never talked about it or asked. The older I get, the more I feel that way about my mom, too. My mom is such a cool woman. She's a really cool person. Well, that's enough introspective. Interperspective, whatever that word is. I've only had 3 7/8 of a beer, but they're strong, so I'm getting there. Did we finish the things? We had like 3 people say something, right? How are we feeling about the zinc, the Petri, and the other thing? Are we at like a sensible stopping point? Do we need to focus on it and help, or? This is almost 6, and I can't watch 2 episodes with her unless we sit down at 6, because she goes to bed at 8, and they're an hour long. So, yeah. Alright. I've gotten the talk more, you get off notice. Alright, cool. Almost planned out. Awesome. Ursel. Hey, just real quick, I just want to thank everyone here. Ashnitz, Bonakeg, Domo, Ming, Hyperkitty, Jaleo, Purcell, Princess Luna, Smiter, Togmore, and everyone else who connected at any point today. Thank you for being here. I had a good time today. It was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what we do over the next few sessions, you know? It'll be a good time. More tomorrow? Yes. Yeah, that's my plan. Probably if I had to guess, because I'm gonna have a couple more beers while I watch the show with Grandma. But, probably around 11 to noon EST is the correct time to assume. What are you guys doing? You playing tag or something? Yeah, so, tomorrow afternoon. Sorry, tomorrow morning. That's what I said. Good times. Have a good night.